Da, 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 da. All right. Chat, we are live. What is up, baby? Welcome. Welcome to the election show, everybody. Sorry we are late. Okay, I just had to get in my last vote for my future president, Donald J. Trump. MAGA Mail is here. Had to get in my last votes. Oh my God. Anyway, chat, what is up? How y'all doing today? My last votes. Yeah, I voted at least 10 times. MAGA Mail, I voted 10 times for Trump, all in the state of Pennsylvania, in hopes of winning a swing state for my future president. All right. Chat. Chat. You're joking, right? Are you guys fucking dumb or daft? It was literally all over Twitter. Did you not see? It was all over Twitter and Reddit. Breaking news. Ludwig from video games endorses Kamala Harris. What do you guys... Are you dumb or daft? Do you not read the news? I was paid thousands by the DNC. Thousands. Open your eyes, sheeple. Okay? I just didn't drop a damn like twit longer, like FaZe Banks about it. Anyway, chat, if you don't know, that means you're European. But it's election day here in America, which is a day full of anxiety, stress, confusion, lies, propaganda, and under it all, information. Information on who is going to be the next president of these United States. Now, obviously, we have two candidates here, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And early on, Donald Trump is crushing. By actually a lot. What the fuck? Wait, what? He's crushing. Wait, is it already Jover? Is it Jover? Is it Jover? Wait, I know I'm late to stream, but what the hell? Oh, wait. Not even close to over? Are you sure? We have a breaking news update. Lex Friedman has tweeted out, based on Florida and Georgia numbers, looks like Trump is going to win. If Lex Friedman says it, it must be true. He's a scientist. Think about it. It's not the red wave, it's the red mirage. Okay, well, let's actually break it down a little bit, all right? Let's break it down. Because there's a few key swing states that each candidate needs to win to become president, right? The battleground states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And because American politics are kind of dumb, those are the only states that actually matter, right? Nothing else matters. All that matters is you win these states. And if you do, you become president. Because every other state is a gimme. And we don't do popular vote, we do electoral college. So whatever the fuck I did in California didn't matter. Move your camera. Yeah, it's a good call. I'll move it. I'll go bottom left. Nothing else matters except for the swing states. So let's take a little deep dive into our swing states here. Let's take a little deep dive into our swing states here, all right? First one, Arizona. Nothing yet reported because the polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So they just closed about 16 minutes ago. We're going to see some updates in a bit. Georgia, 72% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is leading by almost 230,000. He's crushing. He's crushing. This is Jover. This has to be Jover. Because what are the main pockets the Democrats win? It would be like huge cities. And Atlanta's mostly reported, right? I'm looking at all the districts around Atlanta. It seems like they're like 90% in. I guess that one still has a ways to go. Maybe Gwinnett County. It's the red mirage. So there's two realities, right? It's the red wave or the red mirage. I like that. You know what? Say what you will. Maybe us Americans don't know how to do politics, but we do know how to market them. All right. Key battleground states. North Carolina. This one's more contentious. This one's a little more contentious, right? This one seems a little more contentious. I guess a 5-point lead's kind of high. But only 43% of the votes in. Okay, cool. Let's go to our next contentious one. Pennsylvania. Whoa, that's a huge lead. 19-point lead, but it's so early. It's so early. Who's to say? Oh my God, though. It's so early. Only 20% of the votes in. It's so early. All right, an early lead by Kamala in Pennsylvania. An early lead by Trump in Georgia, in North Carolina. What else we got? Pennsylvania, we did that. North Carolina. Wisconsin. Where's Wisconsin? 2% of the vote in. We're not even, doesn't matter. 2% of the vote's ridiculous. Michigan, 11% of the vote. Kamala's leading. Okay. All right. So here's what we have to do then. Electoral map prediction. Now, I actually, you guys might not know this. I run some analyses, and I ran some analyses of who's going to win the elections. Heads was Trump, tails was Kamala. And after flipping it 10 times, it was leading 60-40 Donald Trump. So right now, the red wave might be real. I am a professional journalist. I ran some analyses. Okay, let's do the 270 to win. Let's do the 270 to win. So these are this is like the given, right? This is like the if you are just happen to be in the Democratic Party, you win these blue ones. If you happen to be in the Republican Party, you win the red ones. Sometimes it changes. For the most part, it doesn't. I guess the only ones that are maybe a little questionable here, Arizona could be blue. Most likely red. Iowa could be blue. Most likely red. New Hampshire, New Mexico could be red. Most likely blue. So now we get to play the game of who wins what state. And so if we make Georgia red, we make North Carolina red, we make Pennsylvania blue, we make Nevada blue. But did I just change Utah? Utah's red, right? So that means Kamala would have to win both Wisconsin and Michigan. Right? Yeah, because Utah's hella red. How do you check what it was in Electoral Map 2020? Dude, it's a great day to be an electoral map. Damn, Biden kind of crushed his ass. I don't remember it being that bad. I remember not knowing who was gonna win, but he crushed his ass. Damn, bro. Imagine losing to Joe Biden. You're saying crush in parentheses. He lost by 74 electoral votes. Like 2 states could have flipped and he still would have lost. I feel like a 3-state lead is pretty huge. Never forget, Donald Trump lost by 3 states. All right, focus. Back in 2020, Utah was red. Okay, yeah, that's right. So that's right. So I think let's assume Nevada's blue. Let's assume Georgia's red. Let's assume North Carolina's red. Let's assume Pennsylvania's blue. That means if Trump wins either Michigan or Wisconsin, he's president, right? And Kamala needs both. Is Arizona a mix-up? Is Arizona locked this year? Because I don't see it. Oh, it is. It's still a battleground, right? Is AZ cooked? What's happening, Arizonians? What the hell? My own stream just came up on my phone. Oh my God, more percentage of the vote coming in. Pronounce Nevada correctly. Wait, it's Nevada, right? What? 34 to 168? Wait, why is this so wrong? Why do they have Kamala at 34 and New York Times has Kamala at 99? Has woke taken over New York Times? Arizona is red forever. It literally was not red last election. It's like I get what you're saying, but the most recent example, it disproves you. Literally the last one. It's just hard to say red forever. AP is the most accurate. I can't trust woke media. Let's go to AP. They also say 99. It turns out I can trust woke media. Now, I assume, is it true that House race and Senate races are indicative of what will happen in the presidential election? I would assume yes. Right? Because, as a matter of fact, there's a lot of people who show up to the polls and just kind of tick down all the way. No? It's not necessarily a guarantee. I feel like it's a correlation, not a causation situation. No, look at Maryland. I feel like one-off examples aren't really selling me here. Jean Shaheen is back! Hey, can we get W's in chat for Jean Shaheen? She's been locking it down for my New Hampshire folks for fucking decades now. Hassan? Wait, I got a Daily Mail update. Swing state voter reveals Kamala's mistake that drove him to Trump. Is this one person? Why am I getting a news update of a single voter in the state of Arizona? Daily Mail, what the fuck? I'm getting one guide? One guy. What is that? What even is that? Do a poll in my chat. Kai! $20. Heart. 20 pounds. Thank you for the 20 pounds. Watch Yo Jet, thank you for the membership. North Carolina just got called for Trump. You're lying. I would be breaking the news first if that was true. Breaking news! Is it true? I said it. I don't know if it's true, though. Let's open up X, the Everything app. There's nowhere for more accurate and safe information than X, the Everything app. poll? You want a chat poll, like on who you voted for? Who did you vote for? Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. Didn't vote, not American. All right, chat. Let's see. Let's see. We are now tracking the votes for right-wing commentator MAGA Male's chat here. Okay, I need to know, did most of you guys not vote because you're lazy, or are most of you guys not American? Or is this a chat full of 15-year-olds? No! What the hell? No, don't say it. Don't say it. I'm not answering. Okay, who gives a shit? I don't care if you don't answer. First off, it's an anonymous poll, so it doesn't matter if you answer or don't answer. Just don't answer in the future. You don't have to not answer and then be like, I'm not answering. Like, okay, cool. Just don't do it. You don't have to like fucking be loud about not doing it. All right, guys, vote in the poll. Poll is now live. The poll is now live. Guys, the poll is now live. Please vote in the poll. It is important you vote in the poll. Oh, that was the purge sound effect. It's not exactly what I was going for. All right, 15,000 people reporting from Ludwig's chat. We have 40% Kamala Harris voters, 70% Donald Trump voters, and 43% didn't vote or not American. Seems like Kamala's leading by at least 2-1. Thank you, the 10 gifted. Silvio Neto. Thank you, the 10 gifted. What the fuck? Thank you, the $10. Hey, Ludwig, saw your last meal interview is really great. Check it out, chat. It actually is really good. It came out great. I mean, the questions were great. It's a good format. Not American, but my girlfriend is. Love you, Olivia. I know you're reading this. Olivia, if you're reading this, Kai loves you. And you're dating a British man? Damn. You pulled a good one. You should have put third party in the poll. No, I don't think third party people should get any attention. Eat shit and die. I mean, like, do you at the end of the day, but like... like, I'm not also going to give you attention. You know what I mean? You don't get to waste your vote and get attention. No one gives a fuck. Like, what do you... Oh, you voted third party? Cool. You know what happens to your vote, man? It goes in the trash. You don't also get attention along the way for it. Toxic? Am I wrong? What do you want me to be fucking nice about it? Oh, great job voting for the candidate that wouldn't win to like make some moral stand. Vote. You know what voting third party is like? Voting third party is like when I go to Barron because I think it's a good idea, but my team doesn't follow me there, and then I solo die to Barron out of principle. That's the same thing. It is the same act. Maybe what you were doing is objectively the right course of action, and if everyone followed along, we would be in a better situation as a team. But at the end of the day, you do need to follow your team. That takes priority over your own personal platitudes. And until we have a better election system, that's like 2 stages. You know how France does it? France does it. There's 2 stages of voting. The first stage, you can vote for any candidate you want. It's filled with a bunch of candidates. Top 2 go to second stage. If we had it like that, then bro, go ahead. Vote whoever you damn want. We don't have it like that. Yeah, ranked choice voting is another great example that people bring up for alternatives. But the way our system works, man, you get one shot at it. You know. Although, look, to be fair to the third-party voters, depending on your state, I think it's fine. If you are in California or Texas and you're third-party voting, go for it. You know what I mean? Because voting for Donald Trump, like everyone in Orange County does in California, is kind of like pissing into the wind. That's what primaries are. Primaries are different, though. Imagine primary elections, but rather than it be dominated by the parties, it is a free-for-all. I get what you're saying, but it's not exactly like primaries. Yeah, because primaries are closed elections where, you know what I mean? It's much different. North Carolina's been called, not according to my woke media. Let me open up twitter.com. Let me open up right-wing media site X the Everything app. Okay, I saw Camila Cabello flash on live television, sponsored by Steak. Oh, I don't think that's what I was looking for. I saw a Prezzo tweet that said, "Don't vote Trump. He's gonna get shot and die in a week." I think that's a threat. He's Canadian. I guess that's chill. I don't know how that works. Okay, trying to find it. Shake Drizzle said, "Tune into Hassan's stream. He hasn't said a word in 5 minutes. We need MAGA mail back." I can't find any information. What is this website? Was Maryland a swing state going into this? No, right? No, that was not a swing state. How's New Hampshire looking? New Hampshire's been quite blue. I think it was red like 2 decades ago. It's been blue for ages now. Me, when I know nothing about the East Coast. Chill, bro. What is going to be the biggest blowout state? Is it Massachusetts? Yeah, it looks like it's Mass, right? Where's the biggest liberal commune? California by amount of votes for the candidate, but by percentage, I actually don't think it's California, right? Washington, that makes sense. Oh, DC? I forget DC gets a say. Low-key, I don't think DC should get a say. Does this make me controversial? You're not a fucking state. What have you done? It's a bunch of bureaucrats. They get an electoral vote? Really? Get them out of there. And if you're going to give it to DC, give one to Puerto Rico. You know what I mean? It's like, it's either just states or everyone gets to play. I'm just saying. We're allowing districts? Okay. All right. Interesting. People are saying North Carolina's been called. I don't see it's been called. North Carolina's close right now. It's within 100,000. Wait, Georgia's cooked, right? Georgia's got to be cooked. I feel like Georgia's got to be cooked. NBC called it. Here's the general rule of thumb. Whoever calls it first is the first person you should ignore. I just feel like news stations, and this is only going to get worse as an issue, are a little too horny to call. And I'd rather pick the media site that is slower to call and more accurate. You know, especially after last election. I feel like I can't play their music, otherwise they're going to ban me. They're going to fucking DMCA my ass. DC should get to vote. I'm down for DC to vote, but I feel like there should be electoral votes for non-states. You know what I mean? Get Guam in there. Get Puerto Rico in there. Get DC in there. And they get their own non-state vote. Now, you're going to see a lot of things online, chat, by extremists who are saying if Donald Trump wins, it's the end of democracy. He's going to end the electoral system, and he will be forever the dictator of America. You're going to see a lot of people, I've seen this a lot recently, saying if Kamala Harris wins, I think Elon Musk spouted this on the Joe Rogan podcast. If Kamala Harris wins, democracy is over because she's going to legalize every illegal immigrant, and they're all going to vote blue, and it will forever be a blue wave that will never be defeated. I think both takes are dog shit brain dead. The country will continue to exist for the next 4 years, regardless of who wins. The biggest long-term damage of either person becoming the president is who they choose as a justice. I think it's also kind of a situation where there are a couple of justices that are poised to be replaced. There will be an election in 2028 regardless. Okay? Can I say that? Is this controversial? There's going to be an election in 2028 regardless of who wins here. I don't know if I'm controversial here. I think that's the truth. I don't think Trump will be a forever dictator. All right? Who's going to fucking put Barron in his stead? And to be honest, there's no way Trump runs again in 2028. Why? He will not be able to walk. I'm going to call a spade here. I see how the man is built. His body is not made for 85. It's not made for it. It's just not made for it. Frankly, it's not. He's built like Gru, but he doesn't have the flexibility Gru has or the youth. He will also have served 2 terms. Now, I know that. But there was a point in Donald Trump's campaign where he said this will be the last election. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? He like made an offhand comment that I was like, if he wins this election, it'll be the last election. And then people were leaving with that, with the conclusion of, oh shit, if he wins, he is going to remove the Electoral College and voting systems and become a dictator. I don't think he's doing that. He might try it, but it won't work. And I feel confident on that front. All right, quick refresh here. Georgia's still at 77%. Is there an update? Chance of winning, 68% Trump. Whoa. Uh-oh. Look at that. 68%. Trump has a +5 margin in Georgia. Michigan is a toss-up. North Carolina is leaning Trump. Pennsylvania is leaning... It's a toss-up. Wisconsin is a toss-up. Arizona, Nevada, unknown. Are we cooked? Well, if you remember the 2020 election, there was a point where Donald Trump was leading massively, and then came the stop the vote wave, because he was losing his lead pretty insanely as the night got deeper. Here's the thing. I don't think we are going to find out who the president is tonight unless it is a clear Donald Trump victory. Reason being, if Donald Trump loses by 1 vote or 1 million votes, it's going to be called rigged, and we are going to have a week to a month of hell. I think that is inevitable. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump today said... What did he say today? He had some quote today. He was like asked if he would accept the results. Is that it? I saw some shit where he was like, I'll accept the votes if I win. Which is a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. You probably saw fake news. That's true. That's true. Donald Trump is famous for his love of peaceful and fair transitions of power. That's one of the things he's known for. He might be one of the best at it. He might be one of the best at it. Refresh the page. So I think the next state that's probably going to be called is Virginia or New Hampshire, right? I think they'll be called quite soon. I think it'll be a while before North Carolina's called. When Georgia's called, the election gets quite hairy for Democrats. Now, I'm pretty sure, did Georgia pass the state law, right? for the election certification. Did that go through? There's like an election committee board in Georgia that passed a state law that allows them to audit the vote for the presidential election. It got blocked. Why are people replying ice cream? What is better, ice cream or pizza? Oh. This is like how civic teachers for third graders teach the presidential election. The answer is unequivocally pizza. Because, wow, fuck, actually. I think the answer is pizza. Because I think ice cream alternatives will still exist in the universe without it. But pizza alternatives don't come close. I.e., gelato or sorbet still exists in the universe where ice cream is removed. But what really comes close to pizza? The answer is nothing. It's pizza or bust. Maybe you could say a flatbread, but I think flatbread is one of the worst inventions ever. Flatbread exists so Panera Bread can make money on like poorly traveled white folk. I'm pretty sure that's why flatbread was created. I don't know if there's some, different etymology to the flatbread, but I think that's its main use nowadays. Calzone? Yeah, but calzones are ass. Calzones are so ass. I'm a certified calzone hater. You're basically taking the thing that makes pizza amazing, the easy eating of it, and then just making it like a fucking shit thing to eat. All right, let's take a look at our election coverage map here. Now, you might think this is a wash. Donald Trump is going to be our next president of the United States because Kamala is down by a lot of electoral votes. But it all comes down to a few states. And right now, California has 54 electoral votes. You could just add 54. You could do that game if you wanted, right? Texas closes earlier because of time zones. So Trump gets an extra free 40. We could give the free 54 to Kamala. But, polls have yet to close. They don't close until 8 p.m. my time, so it's another hour and change. Did you mention Project 2025? I've not mentioned Project 2025. This stream is a lot less about what candidate is better or what candidate you should vote for, because that's over. This candidate is about this stream's about who's going to become the next president. The work's been done. You know what I mean? The candidates have stated their positions. Debates have been had. Marketing's been done. Not everybody has voted, to be fair. People are still voting. But I don't think anyone is in line watching this stream waiting for me to talk about Project 2025 to learn more about who they should vote for. I don't think that's happening. I, like many other people watching this, am just curious who the next president's going to be. That's it. Who's it going to be? That's what we care about at the end of the day. Who's in the lead? Trump's in the lead. Trump's in the lead. He's in the lead because the current swing states he seems to be leading in, right? He's leading in Georgia by quite a bit. He's leading in Georgia by quite a bit. And I don't know if there's a lot more votes to be had for Kamala Harris in Georgia. I don't know if there's 200,000 votes to be had with the remaining 27% of votes available. What does your shirt say? Girls' night. Because in a universe like tonight, if Kamala Harris wins, it will be girls' night. And once she becomes president, we will all be able to smoke crack cocaine legally in the street. My dream! She's already losing. She's down right now, but if we look at the 2020 election I think there's so let's take a look at the 2020 election map timeline. Throughout the evening, Joe Biden made an incredible comeback. So we can even do a little bit of thinking here, right? Fix your collar. Good looks. Appreciate you. So here's the extremely detailed map of the 2020 election. You can see the exact counties in Georgia that Joe Biden won. And you can see all these are 95, 94%, whatever. I imagine that will be the same or similar to Kamala. So let's see. There's some votes to be had in Savannah. But to be honest, not that many, right? I feel like Georgia's cooked, isn't it? What are the experts saying?
There, and here's what we're learning at this hour. Fulton County will likely seek a court an extension of polling hours. So here's what's going on there. Affected by those non-credible bomb threats we've been reporting throughout the day until 7:30 p.m. That's what a Georgia official with knowledge of the request told me just moments ago. And that same official telling me there are 2 polling places in Cobb County that will stay open until 7:20 p.m.
What? Okay. Fulton in DeKalb County. Fulton County, Georgia. Where is that? That shit ended hours ago. It did. I just looked at it. All right, hold up. Quick refresh. No more new votes in. Michigan's getting some votes in. Ooh, Wisconsin is a toss-up. Holy shit. Make America gay again, please. %71%. Oh my God, wait, they just increased the percentage of Trump's win. Now, I wonder if there's like a demographic breakdown. I assume not at this point, right? That would only be based off polling. I don't think leaving polls, they... Okay. So these are the states that Harris is supposed to win. She's winning in all of them. These are the states that she's supposed to win narrowly. And she's doing fine in all of them. Not enough results in for Maine or Minnesota. Live forecast button. So there's no upsets is what this is showing. There's no upsets. The competitive states are just all a bit leaning Republican. I think Georgia's cooked. I'm almost positive Georgia's cooked. And again, if we do the math, if Georgia's cooked and North Carolina's cooked, then she has to win Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is also assuming Arizona's cooked, which is seeming like the case. 0% in. Wait, for what? Arizona? Arizona, look, I'm not saying it's fucking Jover in Arizona. But any comments on what Logan Paul said? No. No, he said I cheated in Mr. Beast's video because I drank water. And then because I drank the water, I was a hypocrite. No, I'm not going to lie. That motherfucker might be a bit dumb. Oh, look at the red wave. Whoa, this is an interesting chart. This chart shows specific counties leaning in certain directions. Florida is way more Republican than ever before. This is not a surprise. A lot of people have even moved to Florida, I think, because of their political affiliations. It is becoming, like Texas, one of the most right-wing states in America. Based off their policies around education and their hatred of gay Disney. Georgia, the amount of arrows isn't really necessarily indicative, right? Isn't necessarily, indicative of it going right, because these arrows are a lot more powerful, but how much it's going right seems to be outweighing how much certain counties are going left. I don't even see a damn left arrow in North Carolina. North Carolina looks cooked. Refresh. There's nothing new. What's better, pizza or Ludwig? Why is everyone typing pizza? Why is everyone typing pizza? Why are you guys doing that? What's up with that? Missouri called red. Ludwig called bad at League of Legends. Okay, cool. Like, yeah, we knew. We knew. What next? California's blue? Come on. Let's be fucking for real. The popular vote is massively in Trump's favor right now. 4 million more. I mean, obviously California is the biggest blue wave there is. Is Trump for real going to win? There's a high chance. 71% right now, according to New York Times. But really, all we care about are these states. Okay, right now, let's just assume North Carolina and Georgia are cooked. Arizona's neutral. If that's the case, even Trump solo winning, I mean, Pennsylvania is a tough one for him, but if he just wins Pennsylvania, it's over. That's 270 right there. Pennsylvania's fucking powerful, dude. Pennsylvania is like the most important state right now. I think if Kamala loses Pennsylvania, it's over no matter what. So it's almost like, bro, it's like this is Trump's game to lose. He's in the lead. He doesn't need that much more to win. Kamala needs a few. Trump's gay? Are you saying that because he deep-throated the mic? He did deep-throat the mic. That is true. Now, to be fair, I don't think deep-throating the mic makes you gay, but it was something that, if you looked at in a vacuum, is a gayer thing to do, but... Associated Press called Missouri. Let me get Associated Press on the line. What do we got, Associated Press? All right, let's take a look at Associated Press's analysis. Trump is leading Harris by 4 percentage points or more than half the expected votes counted. Many of the state's populous counties haven't reported significant numbers of votes cast in person on or before Election Day. North Carolina votes cast before Election Day made up 83%. What? Oh, that's some COVID shit, right? Here's the thing. Wait, what is that COVID shit? No, right? That's COVID shit, right? 83% of the votes? I feel like what we had in 2020 is unlikely to be replicated, right? And by that, I mean the huge red mirage in swing from red to blue through the course of the evening, because voting was done so differently due to COVID. I feel like it's unlikely. It doesn't mean it's Jover. Just don't expect the same thing to happen from last election. Quick refresh. Let's see if anything changed. Okay, no new votes really reported in. Yeah, Kamala needs Pennsylvania, bro. She needs Pennsylvania bad. Let's check out New Hampshire, my state. It's actually not that blue. It's just kind of blue. I think Grafton County has the state capital. I feel like state capitals are more likely to vote incumbents. I made that up. Just sounds right to me, though. All right, Pennsylvania. Well, I mean, a lot of Philadelphia in surrounding counties have to put in votes. It's looking favorable for Kamala Harris. Only 29% of votes here. The important county is Allentown. Where's Allentown? There it is. Wait, Allentown? I used to fucking go to Allentown to drink. That's where people in Jersey used to go. That's like why you go to... There's no reason to go to Allentown except to drink. Their bars are killer. What can I say? They got good bars in Allentown. Shout out Allentown. Utah's been called! Breaking news! Utah has been called red after literally 0 votes have been cast. I'm sorry, they cast it with 0 votes reported? You're telling me 0 people had their votes counted and they were like, it's red. Why the fuck even vote, bro? Don't even show up. Don't even show up, man. Arizona! Arizona votes are coming in. AP called it for Montana. It looks like AP has called a couple more than New York Times. AP has called Montana red. Yeah, Arizona's initially leading blue. I mean, only 4%. Jill Stein capturing 0.4% of the votes. Wait, that's actually high as fuck. Now, I believe in some states, RFK is still on the ballot. And although RFK has endorsed Donald Trump, I think there are some people still voting, but not in big enough numbers, I think, for it to matter. He's only on the ballot in like 10 states, I believe. He's on the Michigan ballot, which is a slight favor to Kamala Harris, but I don't think it's actually that important. Oh, we got a lot more North Carolina votes. 67% of the votes. Donald Trump is leading by still 200,000, 190,000. I think it's cooked. I think it's cooked. RFK is getting thousands of votes. Yeah, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is if Trump loses a Michigan by like a few thousand votes, then he should be pretty fucking mad at RFK. He's on the ballot in California. Yeah, that doesn't matter, though. Pennsylvania flipped? Oh, my God. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Big updates. 36% of Arizona's votes have been in. Oh my God. Guys, it's within 40. It's within 40. There's a difference of 40. How is that? There are 40 people from Arizona in this chat right now. Obviously, a lot of votes left to be counted, but that's insane. Pennsylvania, oh my God, within 10,000 with almost half the votes in. Kamala leading slightly, just got updated. Virginia, probably going to Kamala. North Carolina, no more new votes. Georgia, we got some new votes in. I don't know. I think Georgia's cooked. I think Georgia and North Carolina are cooked. I think that is Trump Nation now. Now, there were... Ooh, wait. There was a big news story going into the election that gave people in the Democratic Party confidence that Kamala Harris might win this election. There was a story out of Iowa that Iowans were largely favoring Kamala Harris in numbers never seen before for Democrats. Now, I don't know how this stacks up. Let's take a look at the 2020 map. Where's my 2020 map? Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, I know. Does it show my popular vote? So right now it's within 10,000 votes, Iowa, the candidates of each other. It still says it's very likely going to be Republican. 2020 election, Iowa. I'm curious how big the difference was in Iowa last election. It was with so there was a huge 130,000. It was like almost a 10-point lead, a 9-point lead for Donald Trump in Iowa. Currently, it's a 1-point lead. A 1-point lead. So that is massively different than last election, right? Obviously, it's not all counted yet. And Des Moines has 94% of the votes in, which is probably the largest county. That's the capital. So I feel like maybe that news story was more smoke than fire. You know what I mean? I don't know. That might be more smoke than fire. Yeah, because only 37% of the vote is counted, but 95% of the capital has been counted. But it's not even that Kamala favored. And Lynn County seems more Kamala favored. We'll see. We'll see. I'm curious. I'm just going to keep an eye on it. It's probably going to be Republican, but I'm curious. Georgia's got more votes in, still over 200,000 votes leading for Donald Trump. Dude, Arizona being within 40 votes is crazy. I'm surprised Maricopa County is not more Democratic. So Maricopa County is the big one. Like, I think what's going to be the most Democratic county in Arizona? It's probably going to be... I feel like it's Coconino, right? Pennsylvania flipped! Oh, yeah. Donald Trump leading by 0.7%. Okay. Donald Trump's currently leading in Pennsylvania. Having said that, he leads in all rural areas, right? But the percentage of vote in the rural areas is decently high. Some not at all. Like Clearfield County hasn't been counted. Blair County hasn't been counted. I don't know. This one's going to be a toss-up. Because the counties in and around Philadelphia aren't even halfway through. But it has flipped. Pennsylvania's flipped. Currently. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, I think it's Jover. Colorado's blue. Kamala Harris wins. It's no surprise that Kamala won Colorado. That's been blue forever, right? All right, everyone look at this square right here, right? Look at this square right here. 2020, 2016, 2012, 2008. The last time it was red is 2004. It's been blue for 20 years. Man, Georgia even getting blue last election was kind of crazy. Pennsylvania. Trump winning Pennsylvania is also kind of crazy. I guess that's how he beat Hillary Clinton, right? Or like one of the big reasons why. Damn, he crushed Midwest. Midwest is Trump's dog. You can see the swing states, right? Between Hillary and Biden. Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. More North Carolina votes counted. Iowa's still kind of close, bro. I'm surprised by Iowa. New York Times is now giving Donald Trump a 79% chance of victory, up from 60-something% when I started the stream. His floor is so high. It really feels like his race to lose. His floor is so high. He's getting, at minimum, 235 electoral votes. And from there, he only needs like 2-3 states to just be confirmed president. A live forecast gives a 91% chance of Georgia being a red state, 85% chance of North Carolina being a red state, 73% chance of Arizona being a red state. I wonder why New York Times is so confident that Arizona is going to be red with only 40% of the votes in and the vote being within 1%. There's some data they have on the back end that makes them incredibly confident. Maybe they're just extrapolating early votes. Yeah. All right, new votes in Pennsylvania. The Trump lead grows from 1% to 2%. I think most of those votes were not in Democratic areas. Actually, some in Pittsburgh. Harris was a bad candidate. Well, look, we don't need to get into the 2020 hindsight reason why a candidate won or lost, because a candidate has not yet won or lost. It's still going. This is called royalty-free news intro, coronavirus, COVID-19 news, royalty-free music. What the fuck does that even mean? It has 100,000 views too. What the fuck? I hear the corona in it. It's giving corona. It's actually giving corona. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, what were the polls? Let's take a look at before the election, Arizona election polls. So in the polls, Donald Trump was leading by about 2 points, 2%. From basically the jump. At least for the past like 2-3 months. Wisconsin flipped. Oh, wow. 44% in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris leading by 0.1%, literally 2,000 votes. Okay, Milwaukee, 48% reported. Madison, 72% reported. So I feel like what I'm doing is I look at the amount of votes total for the state reported, and then I'm looking at the county and how much of their votes have been reported. And if the county's percentage is higher, because you have to look at less counties for a Democratic candidate, because cities heavily lean Democratic, rural areas heavily lean Republican, I feel like you can maybe extrapolate a little bit who's going to win. Arizona flipped? You're lying. Oh my God, it flipped! It flipped. Not enough for New York Times to say it's leaning Democratic, but currently Kamala's leading by less than 1%. But same logic here, right? 51% of the total states have been reported. Sorry, 51% of the vote of the state has been reported. Coconino, no surprise, that's leading Democratic. This is like the fucking, if you've never been to Arizona, this is like Flagstaff. This is the weed smokers. This is for the gays. You're going to Coconino County. 64% of their votes have been reported, though, which is higher than the state's total, which means who are the rest of the people who are going to report? It's, I feel like, likely to be more red votes. You feel what I'm saying? 52% of Pima County. And then Maricopa is a coin flip. Maricopa's like Scottsdale. The rich people are voting fucking Donald Trump. Phoenix, they're voting Kamala Harris. Tempe, it's kind of a coin flip. It depends on who you're talking about. Wisconsin flipped? It's at 45% of the polling, or reporting, excuse me. It flipped 0.3% lead for Donald Trump. I mean, look, first and foremost, what matters is Pennsylvania. And Donald Trump is leading by 2% with half the votes reported. But here's the thing, like, all that matters is what counties are left to report. For example, Donald Trump is leading in Virginia. You know what I mean? So, like, don't overreact to who is leading. Because although Donald Trump is leading in Virginia, Kamala Harris is more than likely to win it because the counties that are left to count. You know what I mean? Henrico County has a shit ton of people and is like 58% Kamala. Richmond is 78% Kamala. New Mexico flipped? Wait, New Mexico? Is that a surprise? No, that's just blue all the time, right? New Mexico's been blue since Bush. Bro, that's consistency. New Mexico's just going to be blue, right? Is there a state that's never flipped? I'm staring at California. Holy fuck! What the hell happened? Oh my god! I would kill myself, I think, for real. Are you serious? He got 525 electoral votes, made Reaganomics, and then died? Damn, that's fucking crazy. That's badass. That guy cut fucking income tax. Everybody voted for his ass. And ever since then, debt's been climbing. Shout out that dude. He's going stupid with it. I feel like the most consistent is Minnesota. Stare at Minnesota. Look at Minnesota, bro. They're a beacon of reliability. Damn, Roosevelt. I like how us in New Hampshire were like, you know what? We don't fuck with them. That's not our thing, bro. All right. Have any new votes been cast? 51% in Arizona. That seems like it's the same. I can't believe they haven't called Georgia yet. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess you would hate to call wrong, but Donald Trump extends his lead in Iowa to 5%. He had a 9% lead in Iowa against Joe Biden. So I feel like this, at least the way it's trending, I feel like this Iowa news story might have been more fucking smoke than fire. This might have been a lie. This Iowa news story might have been a lie. I think it was a dumb poll. I think it was a fake news poll that spread like wildfire. I feel like this election, more than any, I have noticed people think their candidate is going to win handedly. I've seen so many confident Democrats believing Kamala Harris is going to win, and then so many confident Republicans thinking Donald Trump will win. Both people are like pretty resolute. And I almost feel like that just means the echo chambers are functioning at an all-time high. The algorithm is serving what people want to hear, which is that there is nothing to worry about. Don't be anxious. Keep scrolling. Your candidate's going to win. Trust me, it's all okay. Keep scrolling. And I think that's actually bad for Democrats. Isn't it true that the more people vote, the more votes the Democratic Party gets? Like the highest turnout elections usually end out Democratic. So if more people vote, more Democrats win. So if more people are confident that their candidate is going to win, and from that sentiment less people vote, the Republicans are more likely to win. Kamala Harris won the District of Columbia. No one's surprised. Georgia's about to blow up. You sound like Bernie Sanders supporters. What do you think it's going to fucking do? A blue wave is going to come through? From where? Did you vote Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? It depends. What state are you asking? Because in California, I voted Kamala. But when I voted for a second time in Arizona, I went Trump. I just didn't want to be wrong. 54% of Pennsylvania votes, and it's a bigger lead for Donald Trump. Now 3% lead. Almost 100,000 vote lead. Some of those votes also coming from Philadelphia County, Montgomery County. Dude, if Pennsylvania goes to Trump, it's cooked. If Pennsylvania goes to Trump, bro, it is cooked. I don't see a universe. Look how much work it would require. If Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, bro, it's over. It's over. Even if Kamala wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, it's over. And I don't think Trump is losing North Carolina and Georgia, right? Look, maybe I'm dumb. Okay, wait, we have more Georgia votes coming in. Trump actually lost a lot of votes on that one. I think he was leading by 200,000 votes. Now he's only leading by 150,000. But it's still cooked. It's still a 3% lead. Virginia flipped. Virginia's going Kamala. I don't think Virginia's... Oh, you're saying it flipped for Kamala. Yeah, it was Trump leaning. Yeah, this is not a surprise. I think it just means we're getting some votes from Richmond or surrounding areas because their votes weren't counted early. Who do you want to win? I prefer Kamala Harris win because my worry is in a universe where Donald Trump wins, our Supreme Court is already incredibly politically biased. We're just going to have like an all right-wing leaning court. And basically all of our more permanent laws are going to be in line with a party as opposed to impartial. Like, I think it's bad if all 9 justices are Democratic leaning or all 9 justices are Republican leaning. And right now, the way we pick justices is based off the president and when they happen to retire and or die. Oh, a lot of Pennsylvania votes coming in. Dude, still a 3% lead. I don't know, man. That's cooked. Arizona, no more votes in. Dude, Pennsylvania seems cooked. Look, I think it's probably the main flaw, and there's a lot of flaws, but the main flaw in American politics is how Supreme Court works. Because Supreme Court is literally the most powerful group of people. Like, if this shit were an anime, this is the secret cult in One Piece that gets to control all the decisions. You know what I mean? They get to choose what cases they want to take. They get to make the decisions they want to make. And sometimes they do it with like like, think about that, bro. It's 9 people. Sometimes the decisions they make is 5-4. And then that's the decision for the rest of the country for basically ever. Because flipping a Supreme Court decision is very hard to do. I actually don't think outside of that, the executive office is that powerful. I don't know if being a president is that powerful of a position compared to Congress. I think Congress is much more powerful. It is. I'm not saying it's not powerful at all, but in the checks and balances system, I feel like the judicial branch is quite fucking strong. The legislative branch is quite fucking strong, and the executive branch is the least strong. Look, I know you guys are bringing up executive orders, power of veto, the ability to go to... There's some power still. I'm just saying it's the least powerful of the three, I think. Thank you, the 50 gifted, Jared. Foreign policy. There are guys. I'm not saying the president sits there and fucking twiddles his thumbs all day, or her thumbs. All right. Any new votes? Ooh, more votes in Arizona. 1% more votes. Kamala's leading by 0.2%, down from 0.8%. Dude, Arizona is close. Dude, this Iowa story was so fucking stupid. I can't believe how many people reported on the Iowa poll. Holy shit, it didn't matter at all, even a little bit. Trump is leading by the same percentage he did against Biden. Wisconsin, 50% of the votes. Trump leading by 1%. Ooh, they have Michigan leaning Republican. Trump's chances of winning has jumped to 82. Chad, is it cooked? 95% that Trump will win Georgia. They have a 65% chance Trump wins Michigan. Anecdotally, it feels like Trump has more popularity than ever. Maybe it's just the circles I'm in. I feel like the last two elections, people who supported Trump leaned older or leaned quiet. This year, I have seen more people than ever outspokenly supporting Trump, from streamers to fucking Elon Musk to, Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? What kind of circles are you in? X.com, the everything app. No, I mean Aiden. Yeah, even Banks endorsed him. Breaking news. Banks' endorsement of Donald Trump a success. The red wave is crashing. Arizona flipped. Arizona flipped! Arizona flipped. Well, actually, according to AP. Nah, but AP's behind, I think. No, Arizona did flip. A 0.2% lead for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's leading Arizona now. Bro, it's kind of cooked. It's not over, but it's kind of cooked. A fast election, the winner is determined by midnight. That's like usually a fucking 3-0 and a handshake. Actually, there have been elections where the candidate is known before the election even happens in America. So I guess that is the fastest you can lose. But losing by midnight is a pretty big loss. That's a stomp. Georgia's been called. Did the Associated Press call it? Yeah. Wait. I don't know if they called it yet, right? Isn't dark red they called it? A decision desk update on Arizona. Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, has reported its first votes. The massive county is key for candidates. Its first update included more than 1 million votes, about half of the expected total there. The first reported ballots that arrived or were cast ahead of Election Day. County officials have warned it could take as long as 13 days to tabulate the ballots. Dude, I feel bad for people, volunteers, and election workers whose job it is to report the ballots. They're like, please, it's going to take a little bit. Please don't fucking yell at me. Please, we're just doing it. Even some people in chat are like, 13 days? I don't think they're fucking lying, bro. I don't think they're like, it's 13 days. I think this is like one of those situations, like, you ever have, if you ever worked an office job, okay, sometimes, not even an office job, any job, sometimes you lie a little bit about how long it's going to take you. You earn yourself a little extra time. Better to ask for more and it take less than to ask for less and it take more. Think about it. I do this with Kelby all the time. If I have a sponsored deliverable, better to ask for more time. Sometimes I make up shit. Today, Kelby asked me, I have to do this deliverable. I'm not going to say exactly what. He asked me what date I was free. I said January 17th. I don't even know what fuck day that is. I just said as late of a date as I could that was still somewhat reasonable. New Mexico flipped. New Mexico's growing Democrat. If New Mexico goes Republican, it is truly the end of the Democratic Party. They're losing everything. I don't believe for a second, though, that'll be the case. Wisconsin flipped. Wisconsin is flipping. Michigan's a nail biter. Wisconsin's a nail biter. Oh, look. Oh, wait, this is actually good news. Earlier, New York Times had Michigan as a Trump lean. Now they have switched it to a toss-up. Pennsylvania's still a toss-up. Georgia's very likely Republican. North Carolina's almost assuredly Republican. I gotta piss real quick. All right. Kelly Ayotte won New Hampshire's. I saw that. All right. Let's see. Any new updates? 53, Wisconsin. Interesting. North Carolina has more reported votes. What the fuck? That sounded like a gunshot. Did you hear that? Holy fuck, I just opened up a goddamn Topo Chico. Chat to the Doomers right here. I'm seeing a lot of people stressed out about the results or the potential results of the election. First off, the election's not over. Trump is increasing his lead, 84% chance of victory. He very well might win. But that is not the end of democracy. It's not the end of America. It might be a step back for certain groups. I'm seeing a lot of trans people stressed, anxious. Look, I won't lie to you. That's not a step forward for trans rights, but it's not the end, right? Trans rights are not a 4-year battle. It is a 40-year battle. It's a 400-year battle. Abortion's not a 4-year battle. You know? And here's the thing about history. Over the course of centuries, progressives win. Sometimes they're a bit early to the party, but you wait enough time, they win. Because for the most part, that's what we do as people. We progress. The young people get old. The old people get buried. So that's how it goes. So I see a lot of people with stress. But I think it's undue stress. I mean, it doesn't serve to help you to stress, you know? I ain't going to be alive for centuries. That's true. And to me, I think that's like the fundamental decision that most people make. Like, I feel like if you really break it down, the Republican Party is for the people with the mentality of, I'm not going to live for that long, but while I live, I want it to be good for me right now. And the Democratic Party, I guess it's not even Republican Democratic. It's like conservative progressive. Progressive is like, I want it to be good for future generations. And for, not really. I think that's the promise. I mean, whether it turns out that way or not, I think is a different story. Look, I think you guys are saying, nah, dude, because you're like, the Republican Party is shit, but I think that's the reason people are drawn to it. I think you can just look at specific issues and see it, right? Like climate change. Initiatives to you know, prevent climate change and find new energy solutions generally don't favor people who are working right now in the short term. Like, if we knew the world was going to blow up in 5 years, the best thing to do would be frack the fuck out of the ground and get as much money and make as many jobs as possible. We're just not going to be around for only 5 years. Michigan flipped? Michigan's too early, bro. .7% lead. I don't know if you guys have looked. The stock market, specifically the crypto market, with the likelihood of Trump winning, is booming right now. I think this is actually why FaZe Bank... Like, I know FaZe Banks made a huge fucking write-up on the reasons why you should vote Trump. I'm almost positive the only reason Banks actually cares is because he is heavily invested in crypto. And Trump is a candidate that has been outspokenly positive about crypto. To the point where he, like, celebrated the launch of Bitcoin. Trump got Kansas. Is that a surprise? When's the last time Democrats have won Kansas? $1964. Okay. I somehow accidentally clicked the stop streaming button. I don't know how I did it. I clicked the stop streaming button by accident. That's as bad of a fuck up as you can get. I just clicked the wrong button. How are you, professional journalist? 4 years at the Harvard of the Southwest. Is that good enough for you? Folks, I think Trump won. Too early to call. I think Trump might have this one, though. Do you want to hear something crazy? Not only did Trump not lose support in Iowa, currently he is actually getting a bigger lead in Iowa than he had over Biden. Ludwig, don't say that. Look, man, I don't get to make up the fucking numbers, but in the 4 swing states that remain, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, excluding Nevada because that's not yet reporting, Trump is leading in 3 of them. I mean, we can play the game, right? Here's the game. If it continues as is, there's 2 ways to win for Trump. It's either get Arizona, Wisconsin, or Michigan, or just get Pennsylvania. I don't even think he's just going to win. I deadass think our chart might look like this after it's all said and done. Like, he might win by more than Biden won in 2020. He's winning right now. Time for the Dems to commit fraud. Okay, for a moment, come to your senses. It's the fucking Republicans who stormed the Capitol January 6th after losing the election. Let's just be real for a moment, you know? I don't think there's any evidence of a Democratic candidate losing and not peacefully accepting defeat. It happens almost every time, pretty gracefully and easily. To be fair, it happened to the Republican Party for, you know, the centuries before. There's one man who wasn't exactly happy about losing. You can say what you will about Hillary. She was a great loser the night of. After the night of, she was a little bit of a joner. She was complaining. She was blaming a lot of people. But the night of, she was good. She took the L gracefully. The night of. And I feel like if you're a presidential candidate, there's nobody on earth you would rather lose or you would hate to lose to more than Trump. Can you imagine losing to Trump and then doing the thing that presidential candidates do, calling him? Bro, I bet he's such a fucking piece of shit, too. I bet you call him. I bet Kamala calls him and she's like, congrats, Donald. Kamala, you ran a great race. Great race. You never really had a chance, though. I feel like he would just be so cocky the whole time. That's a tough call to make. There's got to be nobody tougher to call. Losing to Trump's like losing to me in League of Legends. I pull up the op.gg. I look up every single one of my opponents, their history, their lovers, their parents. Email them saying, suck it, my moo cooks. Bro, how is Michigan still in swing? Well, only 26% of the votes has been recorded. What I'm most surprised by is that they have not called Georgia yet. Because there's a pretty sizable lead. Uh-oh. Maine's first congressional district goes to Kamala Harris. That's what we needed, baby. Where's that at? Where's that at? Sunday River? Where are we at? Somerset? Oh, Sunday River heavily leans Trump. Portland's beautiful this time of year. Arizona swinging. Arizona seems the most coin flip. But even if we give Arizona, like, let's imagine Kamala Harris wins Arizona and Pennsylvania. If she loses Wisconsin and Michigan, it's over. She doesn't get to lose Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, and North Carolina. That's too much to lose. And right now, Wisconsin's slightly leaning Trump. 1.4% lead. Half the votes in. Over half the votes in. 2% lead in Michigan. Quarter of the votes in. All I have seen, so this is New York Times chance of victory. I don't know what they use to determine it. All I've seen is this go up as the night goes on. I'm in Philadelphia and I forgot to register. Look, whether your candidate wins or loses, the biggest loser are the people who didn't vote. They are the biggest losers. That is the whole reason, the only reason we exist as a country. Because when we were a part of Britain's empire, we wanted representation. The whole reason we went to war and became America is because we wanted the right to vote and to represent ourselves. You know how many people died for that shit? A lot of people died for that shit. Not voting is cringe. If you're not American, then ignore me. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm in the army. I can't vote. Really? I'm sorry. For a second, do you believe the words you're saying? You think everyone who's ever gone to the army is just like, welp, can't vote? Really? Are you dumb or daft? I mean, you're in the army, so we knew the answer to that one. All right. Hey, we know why you're not in the Navy. Come on. Come on. Can I get an amen? Come on. Come on. Let's be real. He's in the army, bro. Reason he's not in the Air Force. There's a reason he's not in the Navy, bro. I'm not throwing shade. It's a service person joke. Service people get me. All service people have a strict bond over making fun of people in the army. It's how it works. They're the Aiden of service people. 64% for Pennsylvania. Leading Donald Trump. Oh, more votes in Georgia. And I think the lead is maybe shrunk slightly, but Georgia seems over. I don't know why they haven't called it. In the long run, we are all croissants. Thank you for the $20. Half the people here are voting Trump. You're not doing the math right. 1/5 are, but there's like a 2-to-1 Kamala Harris. I think generally my audience leans much more left, but especially on a YouTube live stream on the day of the election with 60,000 viewers, I think a lot of people watching who are voting Trump, like press 2 right now if you're voting Trump, press 1 if you're voting Kamala. I imagine the 2s don't normally watch the stream or watch it as often. They might be YouTube Andies. But I was thinking, I was like, why do people vote Trump? And like maybe some of it's propaganda. Like me personally, I don't buy illegal immigrants being the source of all our problems. Generally, in most media I consume, blaming stuff on illegal immigrants is like, it's like a back throw shine. You know what I'm talking about? That's like the bread and butter. That's like throwing out a fucking martyrdom grenade in Halo to get a last, you know what I mean? That's a prayer. But I actually think it mostly comes down to a general belief that the Republican Party is better economically, not liking where the country is and it is being run by Democrats. And then also, I think it's true that the Republican Party is better for people who are currently rich. But it's also better for people who have like a belief in themselves that they will become rich. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think a lot more people think they'll be rich than actually will become rich. That makes sense? You're rich? Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. Financially and selfishly, Donald Trump becoming president will make me probably or maybe earn more money. I has in the past. I have earned extra money from tax breaks. I just personally don't care about making more money. I've made enough money where that is not my concern. I'm not at a point in my life where money is a concern. I don't care too much about earning more money. It's not even on some noble shit. I've just earned a lot. I have millions. Millions is great. I don't need more millions. I'm not on some like I'm higher than thou shit. I just don't get more joy out of more money. More money, more problems is real. Why are you dodging this? Dodging what? Everyone should just vote for a croissant? Lud, I tried to vote for you, but they said people under 5 feet were not fit to be president. Lud, why are you dodging this? Eat shit and die. As someone in the Navy, there's a reason he's in the Army and not here. I'm saying, Carson. E6 in the United States Coast Guard. That Army dude has zero clue what he's saying. The military encourages us to vote, even gives us days off. Yeah, I know that. I don't know why the fuck. Hey, look, man, they gotta be a bit new. No matter who wins, Nick is right. I'm not paying taxes. That's right. I don't care if Trump cuts them or Kamala raises them. I'm not paying them. All right, let's take a look. Pennsylvania's at 67%, currently a 3% lead for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at our counties, though, because that's what matters. If we go at a Montgomery County, less people have reported in that county than have reported in the state. So I think there's a lot of blue that's about to come in. I feel like Pennsylvania is a very huge coin flip. But I think there's a lot of blue votes still to come. Because if you go to some of the rural counties, a lot of them are at 95%. Obviously, the Pittsburgh County is mostly accounted for, but this is the most blue. 66%, 63%, 77%. I think there's a high chance that Kamala wins Pennsylvania. Oh, they have it leaning Republican. I still think there's a high chance. It is high-key embarrassing, though, if she loses them all. If she loses Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia, what fucking swing state is left? She lost them all. You know what? Look, do you guys want a breaking news announcement? I can tell you why Kamala is losing right now. I can tell you why. Kelby messaged me the same thing today. I didn't bring this up. We were in talks with Kamala's campaign to do some content with Kamala. Now, they initially asked me to do the Bernie Sanders stream. I said no because it sounded kind of cringe. And I was like, the only thing I'm doing, CEOs in a car drinking coffee. I was like, get me into an interview. I did it with the YouTube CEO. I can do it with Kamala. I think they have a giant list of content and stuff that they build up, and they say no to 99%. Because you know who else was on this same list? Connor Eats Pants, Fortnite Friday. So somebody who works at the campaign's job is to basically find a list of podcasts, different creators, news stations, celebrities to team up with to make content with. And they were trying to get me to do some other shit, but all of it was cringe. And I will never accept money from a political campaign because I think that's fucking stupid. I think it's like weird. I don't even know. I don't think it should be legal, honestly. I don't know how it is. They asked Kai for sure. I know as a fact they asked Kai. Kai was not lying. Of course they asked Kai. Are you kidding me? He's one of the biggest creators in the world. But anyway, they said no to me. I don't think I was actually close in the race, but they did say no. But I think Kamala's campaign was kind of ass. It was kind of mid. I don't know if that's this is not a hot take. I think it's a lukewarm take. It was a mid campaign. Because they had so much momentum after it was switched off Biden. And I feel like they did not capitalize on it. I almost feel like it was her fault too. Oh, look, the election's not over. I got to stop talking shit. She might be the future president. She might fucking get my ass, but I feel like Tim Walz was doing way more. I will say, Trump's strategy.
Look up Red Mirage Blue Shift to help you understand how election day happens.
I mean, I think I can understand it by the title, right? Red Mirage, Blue Shift. A mirage is like something you see that isn't real. And then a blue shift is when it shifts blue? Like, I think I'm getting it, no? Is it deeper than that? A blue shift, also called a red mirage, is an observed phenomenon under which counts of in-person votes are more likely than overall votes to be counted for the Republican Party, whose color is red, while provisional votes or absentee ballots are often counted later. So I know this was what happened in the 2020 election and the reason why Joe Biden won last second against Donald Trump, even though it looked like Donald Trump was going to win the whole time. However, if you look at the amount of mail-in votes, even in particular states from 2020 to 2022, way less people voted by mail over those 2 years. And I think that number is only going down since. Like, I think 2020... the reason why the red mirage was so pronounced is because of COVID. Now, I think people, if you look at 2024 versus 2016, more people still vote by mail. I'm certain of that. But way less people vote by mail now than they did in 2020. And I think in like, I don't know how many elections. I'm sure in like a few elections. Oh, California's been called with 0 people being counted. California's big because even if Kamala loses, it makes it seem like a closer fight. %2 lead in Wisconsin, a 4% lead currently in Michigan, only 29% of the votes, so let's not fucking get too in our own. Only 1% of Detroit reported. Yeah, we shouldn't even look at Michigan right now. We shouldn't even look at Michigan. Washington also called for Kamala Harris with, that's right, 0% of the vote. Arizona's a 0.2% lead for Donald Trump. I don't think we'll know who won Arizona tonight. Arizona's always one of the slower states, right?
How do you think Kamala did with the Latinx vote?
The Latinx vote? The Latinx vote was not so great. Not so great. I think she did quite poorly. Here's the thing. I think, look, this election's still going. We don't know who's going to win. Don't call it Latinx. If I'm Latinx, I can call it that, right? I feel like I'm allowed to, in a way. No, I'm only calling it that to piss off one of our mods. Shout out Video Doll, who is Latinx herself and hates when I call it that. And I found the way to say that from Tim. I don't know if there's a single demo that, like, what is Kamala's demo? I feel like her demo is begrudging Donald Trump haters. Women? Does she do well? I could believe she does well with women. Probably white women. Does she do as well as Hillary Clinton did? Didn't actually white women not do well with Hillary Clinton? As well as she was expecting? I'm pretty sure in her book, didn't Hillary Clinton blame women for not winning? Didn't she do that? I remember she was on her Nick from the Yard shit. She was like, no matter what problem I have, I'm blaming women. There's too many people in here. I shouldn't be making those jokes. Nick is not a misogynist. I want to clarify, folks. Just making a joke here. Thank you for the $10. Jordan, I'm still in training. I just got to AIT. Not that I'm allowed to. I just think I couldn't because we be training and shit. Also didn't want to be in a boat all day or at a desk. I'm fin be a medic. Bro, what the fuck was that sentence, Jordan? Anyway, shout out One Piece. Thank you for the $10. Go Pack. I'm a big Love fan, but I still voted Trump. I don't like either candidate, but I picked the one whose policies I agreed with more. Love you, gang. Keep making people laugh. What? Yeah, I'm curious what policies, because I actually feel like most people who vote Trump aren't on the policy side. Are you a big tariffs guy? Kids shouldn't make irreversible decisions about gender surgeries or hormones before 18. Until Democrats recognize this basic concept and respect parental rights, vote Republican. Yeah, I am sick of the illegal immigrants changing the sex of children in third grade schools. I feel like a lot of Republicans vote based off emotion as opposed to policies. Because, like, this is not a policy. This is, like, an emotional decision. Because if you actually look, this, like, almost never happens. Like, I'm personally sick of it. I feel like trans people dominate, like, bro, it feels like half of all airwaves. Like half of conversations about trans people, they make up such a small, tiny fraction of the population, and we spend so much effort discussing what should be done, when I feel like the answer to what should be done is like fucking nothing. Like, I don't feel like this is an epidemic, like is that the right word? Epidemic. Like, there's so many issues that affect so many Americans. You know what's not affecting 99% of Americans? Someone being trans. And your kid's not going to school becoming trans. And they're not fucking going to history class and then accidentally fucking getting their dick cut off and then coming home being like, Mom, I don't know what happened. We were talking about World War II and all of a sudden, that just doesn't happen. Say hi to Jacob. Hello, Jacob. Can you play a game or something so I don't walk into traffic? Thanks, Lud. Riley, it's good, man. American democracy has survived a lot worse than this, namely the Civil War. Admittedly, I am worried as a woman of color if Trump wins, not of Trump, but more so of the reaction of his supporters. To be fair, you would be worried in either universe. They're as scary if they lose as they are if they win. Don't say sick of it. Might get DMCA'd from misheard lyrics. Lud, I'm just really voting for what I've lived through. Times are getting scary, dog. I don't think times are getting scary. I think everyone likes to think they're living in the worst time possible. I don't think we are actually living in that. Albeit, it is not the best time. You know, there's more war than there was when we were younger. there is more economic struggles. But I think there were worse times. Says the rich white guy. 100 years ago, there was slavery. 105 years ago, women couldn't vote. That's what I mean. Like, I think we are making general progress. It's not always linear, and it's not always uphill. But I think we're doing a lot better than 100 years ago. All right, any updates? Ooh, Pennsylvania. That go up? 72% of the vote in Pennsylvania, 3% lead for Donald Trump. If we take a look at the counties, Chester County, which is leading Kamala Harris, only has 48% of the vote. Delaware County only has 41% of the vote. Philadelphia County does have 72% of the vote. So that's... It is going to be... Bro. I mean, there's some counties here that only have like half the votes in, but... It's tough. Leaning Republican, leaning Republican, leaning Republican, leaning Republican. %89 chance of victory. All right, let's take a look. They haven't called Georgia or North Carolina, but they're both a 95% chance of going Republican. Even the most, like, favorable state for Kamala Harris is still 67% chance Donald Trump wins. She's getting cooked, bro. She's getting cooked. Is she gonna? She's not gonna lose Minnesota. No way. Minnesota's been so blue. She's not gonna. If she loses Minnesota, she really got to quit politics. It's like this every election. To be clear, it's been like this basically one election. I think you're talking about the red mirage. I don't think it's been like that every election. I think that's a generally newer phenomenon based off mail-in voting. I don't think every election's been like this. And it's possible that it happens today. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Logan Paul went off on you. He talked about me for like 15 minutes on his podcast. And then right after said the moon landing was fake. I don't know if I need to make a reply for this guy. I just don't know if I should generally be having any conversations with a guy who genuinely believes the moon landing was fake. I just don't think that. I just think that's like we're wasting time there. That's a minus EV play. This is real, by the way. You think I'm making this up? You can fucking watch the podcast. It was a 15 minute section about me right into moon landing's fake. That was the next topic. Kamala got cream pied. Find any other adjective. Just expand your vocabulary, my man. You know, guy who just beat off trying to talk about the elections. Yeah, I don't know. She like freaking dropped a load or something. I don't know. It's a verb, not an adjective. I'm bilingual. And I'm an English major. Don't correct me. 63% of the vote in Wisconsin. The leads are so marginal. So the only states that actually matter are Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Damn, Arizona is close. I don't think we'll find out what Arizona is tonight, though. I feel like they always take so long. Last time they took so long to get their votes in. Counting is expected to extend beyond election night, primarily because election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day. Most votes are generally in by noon Eastern time on the day after the election. Complete unofficial results are not expected until the morning after the election. In some places, absentee ballots are counted at a central facility and are reported in large batches. I saw a lot of cries online about how California's election system works, because you actually don't need to submit your ID when you vote in California. All you have to do is verify your identity by saying your address, your name, and I think, to be fair, that is some publicly findable information. Like, you could find someone else's information. And then the only thing that they require is for you to sign off on it. And a lot of people left with the perspective that that is wild. But I would not take the bet that election fraud is easy in the state of California and you can just fucking pick someone random's name, sign off, and get away with election fraud. I think the difference is California, rather than check before, they check after. Because I don't think voter fraud is as widespread as people online would have you think. And I would love for the people who talk about how easy it is to fuck around and find out. I don't think you win that battle. I think this is like taking a battle against the IRS about taxes. I think you lose it. I think you lose this. I think it's a dumb fight to take. And I think you fuck around and find out if you try to commit election fraud. As an Australian, it's kind of insane the amount of false accusations on social media. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's changed the game for sure, man. Hello from New Zealand. Don't understand why people can't vote to allow others to be happy when chances are it won't affect them. I don't know what you exactly meant by that, but it seemed nice. People are acting like he wasn't president before and the country didn't combust. Yeah, I don't... Look, I think people who say Donald Trump becoming president is the end of democracy exaggerate, but I don't think it's unrealistic to say that Donald Trump being president might change the course of America for the next, 50 years. I think that's reasonable. I think 2 Donald Trump terms is enough power as president and mainly picking of Supreme Court justices to dictate, several of our laws for 50 years. And Kamala won't. I think the way the Supreme Court justices are lined up right now, no. Because I think I'm just talking about Supreme Court. I believe the only justices... who are the old justices? But no, to answer your question, I don't think Kamala being president would lean the Supreme Court Democratic or left. I got a job because I lied on my resume, so I def owe you a bit of my paycheck. Thank God Offbrand was an insurance company. Can I get an amen? Amen, baby. Look, I lied on my resume. I know you're not the biggest politics guy since you're an English major. What's your opinion on men making abortion laws if you have one? Hi from Canada. I don't really care about... my biggest gripe isn't men making it. It is the law itself. You know what I mean? My take on it isn't oh, I can't believe men made it. My take is the law itself. I think abortion, there's many, many instances where it just makes sense. And I think just removing, I think leaving it to the states and then 60% of a state saying that abortion should be illegal. The 40% of people in that state no longer having access to what's the word I'm looking for? Not birth, not birth control. I'm blanking on the word right now. But I think people losing access to I guess healthcare is a good way to put it. But birth, medical care in those states is bad. It is just making lives harder for many people. We're behind. America's behind Europe in a few ways. And I fucking hate Europe as a goddamn American. Contraceptives? Not contraceptives. I'm blanking on this word. It's not like certain states you can't get a condom. Reproductive rights. That's it. Thank you. Let's not pretend California isn't the biggest dumpster fire of a state. Look, there's some things wrong with California, but let it be fucking clear. California dominates every single one of the goddamn flyovers, and it's not a fucking question, all right, baby? If we were our own country on this damn earth, we'd be a top 5 fucking economy, okay? Name a goddamn state you can go to and enjoy the fucking beauties that we have in NorCal, SoCal, not to mention the Redwoods, Death Valley. We got like most national parks in our state. Our state fucking dominates. One of the best highways to drive up and down in the PCH. And everyone likes to call it a fucking dumpster fire. Let me tell you, the people in Orange County don't want to leave. The people in Orange County don't want to leave. Florida won't exist in 50 years, man. Not that I'm happy about it, but bro, there's going to be like, y'all, hurricane season? Okay, have fun. Hurricanes are getting worse. I don't know if you've noticed this. They're not getting better. They're getting worse. You grew up in New Hampshire? I will say New Hampshire's bad right now, though. New Hampshire's bad right now because the price of houses are so fucking high. I think they've increased more than any other state over the past 5 years. Percentage-wise. But no sales taxes. North Carolina's been called. North Carolina goes the way of Donald Trump. It has been called. They haven't yet to call Georgia. They might not call Georgia. There's a 136,000 vote lead with 95% of the votes in. What's the math on that? 5 million? 5% of that? There's still at least like a couple million votes left. It's unlikely. It's unlikely, but it is possible. Uh-oh, Pennsylvania has moved from leaning right to now being a toss-up. Michigan's still leaning right. Wisconsin's still leaning right. Arizona's still leaning right. Trump's chance of winning still at 89%. It's still possible Kamala wins, but unlikely. It was tough though, man. I think I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I will say, I think Trump's campaign was smart. I feel like he went on every podcast because normally Republicans do really well with like what? Old people? Like it crushes with old people. Like disproportionately fucking destroys with old people. The Republican Party. But I have never seen so many young men not only support the Republican Party, but like vocally support it. And I think that's mostly because of the campaign strategy of long-form podcasts. I mean, how many did he do? Trump did what? He did Lex Friedman. He did Joe Rogan. That was obviously the big one. He did the Logan Paul podcast. He did the fucking Happy Dad podcast, or whatever it's called. He did that thing with Aiden Ross. I don't know. That wasn't exactly a podcast, but Theo Vaughn. Yeah, he did Theo Vaughn. Nelk. Andrew Schultz, Dave Ramsey. Yeah, I think doing all those podcasts lets Trump shine based off his likability in speech as opposed to his policies or plans. You know what I mean? Because, like, that dude can just fucking shoot the shit. But if all you did was read policies, then a lot of these people might not even be interested in voting or not care. You know what I mean? The McDonald's fry thing was huge. Say what you will. The McDonald's thing was hard. Did they up him to a 90% chance of winning? 91% chance of winning right now. I feel like Kamala's campaign was much more based around like her having more sound policy. And I think I think her economic policy actually does make more sense. Like I feel like Trump's is like fucking, I don't know, based on what I've heard from him, it's like, yeah, fuck it, we'll run some tariffs. Tariffs used to be big, man. But I feel like she has no personability. How do they call Utah with 0 votes? Oregon's been called for Kamala. What is the popular vote at? How do you see that? Dude, Wisconsin looks fucked. I think there's like literally one county in Utah that votes Democratic, and I think it's just Salt Lake. Pennsylvania has 77%, 3% lead for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, 3% lead for Trump. 6% lead in Michigan. But the amount of votes counted in Detroit is 1%.
Ludwig, look up the book This Solves Nothing. That's probably the best explanation for current voter choices, unfortunately.
Look up the book This Solves Nothing. I open Twitter and I see Prezzo tweet, "This voter fraud shit better be real. Come on, Dems, work your magic." I watched the last meal video and about how I watched the last meal video and you talking about how everything will be okay because it has to. The attitude I'm trying to have, but I'm just so scared. How do you maintain that attitude when things look bleak? Well, I think it's because things will work out. You know what I mean, man? Like, I feel like a lot of people want to make you think it's doomer and that, like, this election will determine the fate of your children. If Kamala Harris wins, your kids are going to come back gay. And it's like, nah, that's actually not how it's going to fucking happen. The earth's going to spin. In 30 years, it's going to be totally different candidates. Kamala and Trump will likely be dead. We'll be in a totally new situation. And you know what always wins and reigns supreme? The indomitable human spirit. And at least for the last 250 years or so, American democracy. With some hiccups along the way, albeit. I'm an exchange student from Netherlands, currently in Wisconsin, and this election cycle is so funny. Can't believe people are unironically voting Trump. Yeah, it is. It does. The same way the American mind cannot comprehend roundabouts, the European mind cannot comprehend how we have had 3 elections with Donald Trump. They're as confused about that as us drinking Red Bull, or excuse me, as us drinking root beer, unironically. The European mind can't comprehend it. They're putting Trump at 255 electoral votes minimum. This is Trump's race to lose. It's either he fucking wins in a landslide or loses in absolute neck-and-neck race. I don't think that'll be the case. We'll see. The hardest choice Americans have to make, voting a criminal or a woman. I do think, look, man, if Kamala loses this, I think the only universe a woman becomes president in the short term is if they're like I think they have to be like a fucking knockout candidate. You know what I mean? I think for the first woman president, any of your flaws are like 200%ed. So it's like you got to be a fucking electric candidate. Don't say big knockers, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying Kamala is like a flawed candidate because she comes from a what's the word? She already comes from like a campaign that has a lot of baggage. She's got a lot of baggage, you know what I mean? No, I don't mean hot. Can you talk about a woman candidate without talking about her knockers for a moment? Call Schlatt? I'm not going to call Schlatt like I just had a fucking, like I just got married or some shit. What do you, you're saying call Schlatt like it's his damn birthday. What am I, hey, Trump looks like he's going to win. What are you talking about? I'm trying to get to 1K subs. Lol, this election's crazy. What are you trying to, are you trying to hit on, what is this, trying to hit on me? Damn, bro, I'm trying to go home with somebody. Fuck, I can't believe Trump's winning. I'm trying to bust for real. Nah, but Trump's winning, that's crazy. Lud, you should watch Adam Conover's last video on the election. It's like chicken soup for the liberal soul. I don't think I need chicken soup for the liberal soul. But anyone who would like it, feel free. You live in the wealthy side of California. Is the rest not hard to live in? You live in the wealthy side of California. Is the rest not hard to live in? I think LA is much more economically diverse. I don't think it's like the wealthy side. Like where I work, where my warehouse is a very poor area. There's a homeless encampment across the street. What? It's not like there's the wealthy side is Orange County.
Us with a hawk tour, we may still have a chance.
The wealthy side's the Bay Area? Not even, bro. I mean, if you own a house there, then yes. Yes, even. Mike's broken. Do you support abortions for men?
Good sir, pretty please play suspenseful music as at this current time in playing Dark Souls 2 while watching you. I need this to be like a boss fight, please. Also, I'm geeked.
One of the only reason a woman hasn't been a candidate is because her selling points are being a woman. I think that might have been the case with Hillary Clinton. I really don't think Kamala Harris's campaign was based around being a woman. I actually disagree with that. I bet 100 on the election. Well, if you bet Donald Trump, you might be looking good. XQC might lose $700,000 today. I saw so many people who were mad that XQC, a Canadian, bet on Kamala Harris. That was embarrassing. I've never seen that level of pocket watching. Mad another guy's gambling. If Pennsylvania goes Trump, it is over. Because Alaska almost always goes. I guess Alaska doesn't matter too much, but. Doesn't Harris support being woke? I don't think woke is like a term that anyone would use in a political campaign unless it's like a smear campaign. I think woke is like a terminally online term, right? Woke is not like a unironic platform. I stand for woke. Crazy, your POTUS might not be a politician again. I don't know what that means. Your POTUS might not be a politician again. I think the problem is she ran her campaign just to hold the lead they had in 2020 and not lose voters. People are voting for ass takes over no takes. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people, I think that, I don't know. I don't know. Look, I feel like jumping into why she lost before she lost is preemptive. But maybe this is a one-off experience. My experience is that the whole of the Democratic campaign was why not Trump instead of why Kamala. New Hampshire represent just voted in Dover. New Hampshire really fucked us over, making opposite day the 5th, though. Your interactions with the Japanese school kids was very wholesome. You would have been perfect for the JET program. Much love, Chelsea brother. I would have fucking... I would have been living a different life, though. I'm happy it didn't work out, because it worked out. I think people don't realize how good algorithms are at keeping them in their circle online. It makes everything worse. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a lukewarm take, but it's definitely... I think you're right. I think you're right. And I don't know how that changes. Trump thinks climate change is a hoax and we are headed for the climate crisis. U.S. will never accept a woman president. Well, I think you're wrong. I think they will. I mean, it's not that long ago, relatively, that women could not vote. There are people alive who were born before women could vote. So it's a relatively recent in comparison to like general democracy. I love your videos. You got me some out of some tough times. Thanks, Guillermo. Are there? Yeah, there's people who are 106. Super Centarians? That's not true. You can just look up Super Centarian. They're real. They're not fake people. I'm not making up people. 1919, women's suffrage. Suffragettes. New Mexico flipped. No, it isn't. Are you kidding me? New Mexico is blue. It still looks blue. No new votes reported in Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin yet. Oh, Minnesota. Wait, Minnesota also looks very blue. It has been very blue for years. Kamala won New Mexico. That's not a surprise, though, right? That was kind of expected. We've been winning New Mexico there since damn us 04. The The libs been crushing that. Hawk to it and vote on that thing. Bro, if only. That would have changed the whole campaign. One of the results coming out, so you can actually see right here, Arizona doesn't really have a quick vote count process. Most voters cast ballots by mail, and counting typically takes days. Officials in Maricopa County said the full tabulation can take up to 10 to 13 days. So I don't think we'll know Arizona tonight because it's too close to probably call. And then the other three key swing states, Pennsylvania, counting is expected to extend beyond election night, primarily because workers aren't allowed to start processing mail ballots till election day. Michigan, most votes are generally in by noon, aka 9 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific time. Complete unofficial results in Wisconsin are not expected until the morning after the election. In some places, absentee ballots are counted at a central facility. So unless the lead is big enough in these three states, they might not be called either. But it is leaning heavy Trump. Why is it 270 to win? Because there's 539 electoral votes, I think. Or 538, excuse me, electoral votes. And so if you have 270, you have a clean majority. And you are the president. Why the fuck is Indiana there? What do you mean? What do you mean? What did you say fuck me for? What are you bringing up Indiana for? What happens if it's a tie? Fuck, I don't know. I watch a CPG Gray video about this every 4 years and then forget. I think Congress votes? Yeah, the newly elected members would gather to vote for the new president. Each state's delegation gets one vote. And then the Senate does a separate vote for vice president. So you could have a Democratic president and a Republican vice president. I think that would lean Republican, though, no? I think if it's a tie, Republicans would just win. Right? Because Republicans just crush by sheer number of states. It is kind of fucked, I won't lie. The way the tie works is kind of fucked. Because California then would be totally equal to Wyoming. And there are a lot of people in California, more than Canada. And there are 600,000 people in Wyoming. Good. Me personally, I think it's bad when less people are represented in democracy. Maybe that makes me controversial. But I also don't think a tie is very likely. It's not totally equal, isn't it? I mean, I guess every person from the House gets a vote to decide who the state is voting for, but the state only gets one. It should be a popular vote to determine if a tiebreaker. I think the issue is if it's a tiebreaker and we did a popular vote to determine who the president is, we would come to the realization that we should just been doing a fucking popular vote the whole damn time. And that the Electoral College is a little bit outdated. So I think it'd be a bad thing because it would flip the system. I think if it was a popular vote, turnout would be way higher too. So many more people would vote in states where their outcome is predetermined. Like, I think a lot of Republicans just don't vote in California because they don't feel like there's a point. And same with, like, Democrats in, like, Texas, you know? I'm Australian. How's this work? Well, simply put, you need to win enough states by getting the majority vote. And then states are given a certain amount of... It's actually fucking confusing as shit. I'm thinking about how it works right now. Okay, every state has a certain amount of electoral votes. And electoral votes are what determines the president. And which candidate gets the electoral votes is determined by a popular vote in each state. 82% Pennsylvania reporting. 3% lead for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, 70% reporting, 3% lead for Donald Trump. The lead in Michigan went down 5% to 4%. Virginia's been called Kamala Harris. It has. It has. All right. Kamala at least gets 200 electoral votes. That's not bad. You know? Like, she's likely to lose, but at least she can say it was a close 3-0. You know what I mean? She didn't lose. She didn't get her ankles broken. You know what I mean? She got a few points on the board. But anyway, the simple way to explain how the election works is none of the states matter except for the ones where they don't know who they're going to vote. Purple states, swing states. And these are the swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And these are the only ones that actually matter because the other states are kind of like predetermined. Like, you know, these states are kind of always blue. These states are kind of always red unless the candidate's really bad or the opposite, really good. And it seems like Trump is winning in most of, if not all, the swing states. He won North Carolina. He's likely going to win Georgia. Almost assuredly going to win Georgia. And then Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona. They're not even coin flips. Harris Walls, more like hairy balls. Most Democrats vote in mail, though, and that's not counted until Sunday. No, I think mail-in ballots are counted. It depends on the state laws. Some are counted before the election day. Some are counted on election day. Some are counted for like a week through election day and on. But I also think the idea that most Democrats vote mail-in ballot, it might be most still, but it's a much smaller portion of people compared to 2020, I think. I don't think there is like a treasure trove of Kamala Harris ballots waiting to be counted, hiding somewhere in every state. Now, it is true in Pennsylvania, for example, where Donald Trump's leading by 3%, that some of the major blue counties are less counted than some of the red ones. For example, Montgomery County or Philadelphia County only has 78%, or Delaware County only has 72%. If the electoral votes are the only ones that matter, what's the point of voting? The electorate has throughout American history, I think always voted with whatever the majority popular vote was. So you're basically deciding where the electorate votes go. Some states, they divide them by region. Example, Maine. There's I think a separate electoral vote depending on what area you're in. In Nebraska as well, they separate electoral votes. So anyway, Maine 1 has been called for Kamala, but Maine 2 might go to Trump. In fact, it most likely will. So Maine gets split. Nebraska often gets split like 1-2 or 2-1. But every other state, it's an all or nothing. Like California has 54 votes. If the majority of people, 50.1% of people vote Kamala Harris, she gets all 54 votes. Because of the way the system works, though, certain states, your vote counts more. Like the amount of person compared to electoral vote is higher in certain states. It's a weird system. This is so confusing. It's a little confusing. It's a little confusing. New Mexico going Kamala Harris almost assuredly. It's not that confusing. No, it is. It's indefensible. Like, if you can call it anything, you can certainly call it confusing. It's not confusing at all. Okay, we found the fucking genius in the room. The simplest way is whoever gets the most votes wins. I think this one requires an understanding that there are 50 states and there's some power meant to be given to the states in the decision of the president. But I think when you say it's not confusing at all, you're like maybe taking for granted that you're an American who grew up in America. So like from an Australian point of view, they might not understand why even these states have outsized power compared to other states, because that is a very weird thing. But there's a huge importance in America on states' rights versus, federal rights. It's not the same in other countries sometimes. Refresh. Nothing's changing. Oh, Michigan. Wait, 43% of the votes in Michigan. 5% lead for Donald Trump. Detroit, only 17% reporting, though. So we'll see. All right, let's take the shift. Ooh, bro, that's red. That's red. That is pretty red, man. This shows the shifts from 2020 by county. You can see how red this is. That is red. AP has a popular vote. Oh, they called New Mexico. Yeah, I think the Associated Press called New Mexico for Kamala Harris. So she now needs basically every other swing state. And then she's good. Oh, the Senate races. Are there any flips in the Senate? The Republicans flipped 2 seats in the Senate. The House. So the Republicans have majority in the Senate now, yeah? They had it before too, right? No? It was tied before. This might be an all Republican government. It might be a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican President. Bessie, don't say that. Look, I'm looking at the data here. I'm not making up shit. %75% Wisconsin vote in. Donald Trump leading. That's amazing. I don't think either party having full control is ever amazing. It just means a lot of legislation will be passed and it will affect Americans for longer than if they did not have total majority, because they'll be able to pass things without bipartisan support. It being amazing or terrible all comes down to what they pass. Now, me personally, what I'm concerned about, we already talked about the Supreme Court, is also this tariff thing that I'm hearing a lot about. I feel like that will be bad. The tariff thing, I'm a little concerned about. Because every economist who I've heard talk about the tariff thing is like, yeah, that might be bad. Tariff good? Tariff good like if you think Oonga Boonga. I think tariff's good because you're like, yeah, the way we're going to get tax money is the way we did in the fucking 1800s. By charging other countries tax money via tariffs on all of the goods. But that assumes that the other countries just roll over and let us fuck them. I don't think they'll do that. I think in response, they will also run some tariffs. We're going to have a little tariff war, good old-fashioned tariff war. That's not how tariffs work. That's why we have trade agreements. We have trade agreements to avoid tariffs. But I don't think tariffs are going to be the new... I think eliminating income tax and then hoping that tariffs makes up the bulk of America's income is a bad idea. Look at Georgia. Georgia's not called it, but I feel like it's going to be.
Happy Valentine's Day.
I mean, look, okay, I'm not making this shit up. This is what Trump says.
Tariffs. Presidential nominee says he will continue to raise the tariff rate until the level of border crossings go down.
If they don't stop this onslaught of criminals and drugs coming into our country, I'm going to immediately impose a 25% tariff on everything they send in to the United States of America. If that doesn't work, I'll make it 50. And if that doesn't work, I'll make it 75 for the tough guys.
I think he's also threatened tariffs against Canada. Why Canada? I don't know. I'm not the guy. I think maybe he just thinks they're a good point of leverage in a negotiation with other countries. He's just kind of throwing them out. Canada deserves it. Guys, look, man, we got a good thing going with Canada. We got a great thing going with them. We should not invade them, no. I think that would be a bad idea if we invaded Canada. I don't mean to be controversial here. I do think that would be bad. Kamala won Hawaii. That's huge. That's huge. Is this like Chad's first election? It might be a lot of people's, but also you just, I think, are maybe a bit America-centric. A lot of people watching just might not be American. And I think you're maybe a bit judgmental of the knowledge level a non-American should be on an American election. Because if you ask an American about an election in every other country, they would be fucking dumb as shit about it. I don't think an American knows almost any other country's election, who their candidates are, how the process works, whatever. Minnesota's going to flip. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the Senate race? No. What are you talking about? Oh. %89 chance of victory for Trump. %73 chance that he wins Pennsylvania. Yeah, they called New Mexico for Kamala on the AP, Associated Press website. They got her at 209. When will it end? Maybe by midnight. If it keeps going as it has been, because it's really red right now, I think it could end by midnight. Actually, you know what? That's a fucking great idea. Chat, I'm cheesing. So YouTube, if you don't know, is a very cheesable website to live stream on. So if I create an overlay that says election ends with a timer and then throw it in the corner, this is what Fortnite streamers do when Fortnite goes down every season. They throw in a timer and nobody knows when Fortnite goes back up. When the timer ends, they just restart that shit and they farm viewership peaks. If you look at a Fortnite streamer's viewership, anytime a new season drops, the entirety of the downtime, which can last like 8 hours or 5 hours or some shit, is like fucking... and then finally the game's out. Because what happens is the closer the timer gets to 0, the more curious people are on what the timer is going to do. So they continue to watch, increasing their view duration, which it promotes the live stream to more people. Nothing gayer than voting for Trump when there was a woman on the ballot. That's real. Fellas, is it gay to vote for a man? Because why are you as a man letting another man tell you what to do? How much is Dogecoin going up right now with Trump's percentage of winning? It's up 20% right now. I think I sell right now. I'm selling. I'm selling all my Doge. I'm selling, bro. I'm done. I'm good. I'm out. This is the first time since I bought it 2 years ago that I am making any return. Bro's manipulating the market. I already sold. I'm out. I don't know if I can manipulate by... I don't have enough, by the way. I have $1,000 in Doge. It's not nothing, but I'm not exactly manipulating the market here. How much did you make? $7. No, sorry, 7%. 7%. What is that? 7%, not $7. Not $7. Not $7. Not $7. I had 1,400 in Doge and it went up 7%. I don't know what the math is. I think I made like $100. Right? Like $100. I'll take that, bro. $100? Do you know that shit's been negative for years? It's interesting to see people online so shocked that Trump's going to win. I really feel like the bubbles were bigger than ever. Like, I think people thought their candidate was almost assuredly going to win. But and that, I mean that for both candidates. Like, I think Trump voters thought Trump was going to win. Dude, it's so funny now because I feel like MAGA voters are like, you know what? This election wasn't rigged. It was actually a really well-run election. One of the best run. You know what? Shout out to the election officials. It was run so phenomenally. Such a phenomenal election. Couldn't run it better. You could not run a better election. Not a single vote was rigged. Maybe that's one positive. Is that now there will be less people who don't trust the election process, the electoral process. The Senate's getting flipped. Ooh! 51 seats. They have 52, right? It's possible Pennsylvania flips too, right? It looks like Pennsylvania might flip. Is Montana gonna flip? How much do you think this will change America? I'm not gonna pretend I'm a fucking, historian or civics dude. But I think this will continue to change the Supreme Court, and being in charge of all three houses, a lot of shit's going to pass. I imagine the results, climate change is going to be on the back burner. Maybe it's controversial here. I don't think a Republican-led executive branch and legislative branch and judicial branch, for that matter, is going to be very focused on climate change. I don't know if that's good. I think that might be bad, man.
I put 10K on Trump, that's why I couldn't dono more.
I mean, you don't have to dono any. But thank you for the donation.
Hey Lud, why no cigarette during your last meal?
Dude, I really wanted to. I asked if we could smoke a cigarette. If you guys didn't see, I did a last meal with Mythical Kitchen.
You also have...
It's a pretty cool show. Basically, you give... I look like a fucking dweeb. Hi, I'm Ludwig, and this is my last meal. I sound like a dweeb. Basically, you submit your last meal, and then they prepare it, and then you eat it. And one of the things that I wanted on it was a cigarette. Because I think if I was genuinely eating my last meal, I would 1,000% have a cigarette. Like, there's no question in my mind about that. But they did some research, and it turns out if you smoke a cigarette in a YouTube video, your YouTube video is automatically demonetized. And so there's no way for them to smoke a cigarette. There's no way for them to allow me to smoke a cigarette. That makes sense. Anyway, this was my meal. You should watch a video. It's good, but it's a pretty good meal. I had a baguette with butter, cappuccino, a scone, lobster rolls, crepe, sushi, chicken balls, goulash, an espresso, and an Uncrustable. And I would have had a cigarette. Spoilers, dude. This is the second of the video. This is second number 2. There's only one other second before this when you click on the video. It's the second one. Actually a trash list? Well, what the fuck would you put on it? Chicken McNuggets and a lunchly? Eat shit. What the fuck do you eat? This is a good-ass list. I'm Mr. Worldwide here, bro. Arizona's flipping. Arizona has not changed at all.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk.
Don't play the Hawk Tua, Tim. Don't do that. Tim, don't play the Hawk Tua, bro. There's an area in the south end of Dearborn that last election Joe Biden won with 88% of the vote and is 90% plus Muslim that Kamala Harris lost. That's tough. Donald Trump in elections versus women. Come on, dude. It's not over, dude. Come on, man. Don't do the LeBron move, man. Look at the numbers in Texas. It's crazy. I think, bro, Florida's almost as 56% Florida is crazy, no? Florida used to be a swing state, right? Like, that was its whole thing. That shit is not a swing state anymore. That shit's going to be red for decades. That shit has unswung. Would you ever apply to be on Survivor? Nah. Although I do love when Jeff says, apply to be on Survivor. I don't think I could do it. Not like mentally or physically. I just don't think I could do it for the ask that it requires. Because you have to be gone for a while, bro. I also think I would do really poorly on Survivor. I think I would do pretty well in the social game. I think if some variables were eliminated, I feel like I would make it to right before the merge. I don't think I make it post-merge. I think I get eliminated right before. It's literally 3 weeks. Yeah, that's a long time. I got a company, bro. I got a video game, bro. It's called Rivals of Ether 2. Perhaps you've heard of my video game. Rivals of Ether 2, available for 10% off. That sale ends tomorrow. If you guys voted for Donald Trump, we have a MAGA character in the game. His name is Crag. This is the perfect game for your loved one. Check out Rivals of Ether 2. reviewed your own game. It is very positively reviewed with several thousand reviews. It's the perfect Smash game for those who don't like Nintendo. Refresh, there's more votes. Where? I don't see it. Pennsylvania was at 87 before, right? Michigan, 6% Trump lead. Kraga. How well does it work on Steam Deck? It works great. Excellent. Oh, yeah, the Rivals 3D thing. All right, while we wait for our votes to roll in Pennsylvania, this was announced recently. Oh, wait, what just updated? I just saw some shit update. What did Kamala just win? Oh, New Mexico. New York Times called New Mexico. Associated Press called it a while ago. Let's see if Associated Press called anything else. 210 to 230. All right. It seems like New York Times and Associated Press are on the same page. Chad, you guys see this? I gotta pee.
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
Yo, listen up. The future is here. We need to come together and fight for that future. Put the pixels in the past and welcome in the third dimension. Rivals 3D. Whoa! From the creators of Dungeons of Ether and Lovers of Ether comes the next thrilling adventure that will pound your heart and enlighten your senses. Radical! Now with up to 4 players, you can play online with your friends on the World Wide Web. Tubular! This isn't your grandma's platform fighter. This is one for champions. Rivals 3D. What is a rival?
What is a rival? Leaked! Leaked!
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送り。
Dude, I love this. These little sprites. Promote it in a Trump voice? No. No, I won't go that far. I want the game to do well. I have some respect for myself. Dude, you're gay. Sorry, that's inappropriate. Chat, can we focus for a moment? I feel like this is a freaking important day, and we're not being real right now. We need to fucking focus, man. Okay? We're not being serious right now. This is a damn election. I think Kamala could win Pennsylvania because 87% of the vote is in, and do I actually think that? 82% reporting in Montgomery County with a 61% lead. 78% lead in Philadelphia County, still 14% to be counted. There's a decent amount of votes in some of the blue areas, but the blue areas just don't seem blue enough. They just don't seem blue enough. Like, the areas where she is winning, she is not winning more than she did last time. She's doing worse in almost all of them. And where she's doing better, she's doing so marginally better. You know what I mean? Like this one is she's still winning, but she's doing 5 points worse than last year. Gerrymandering be like that? I actually don't think it's a case of gerrymandering, because it's just the whole state's popular vote. I don't know if that matters. I could be wrong on that. Wisconsin called for Harris? You're lying. Wait, you're actually lying. Dude, you made freaking shit up on the freaking internet. What the hell, man? I don't want to be conspiratorial. I shouldn't read the next part of that sentence. Anytime someone starts a sentence, I don't want to be conspiratorial, it's probably not a sentence I should read. That's just a general note. That's a note for myself, not for you guys. Did you wash your hands? Twice. Front and back. Georgia's actually close. Is it? I mean, it's 3%. Actually, the lead has gone down quite a bit. Wait, actually, that's a good point. The lead in Georgia has dropped quite dramatically. It was a 200,000 vote lead at one point. It's down to 120,000. But how is the shift? Actually, that's a surprising shift. There are certain areas that are way more Democratic. 9 points more, 3 points more, 4 points more, 6 points more, 5 points more. But then there's, in the rural areas, obviously there's not as many people here, right? There's only 4,000 in this county compared to this county has 130,000, but 8 points more for Trump. Ooh, this one's bad. I don't know. I thought Georgia was cooked. I think it still might be cooked. Swing states are outlined. They think Georgia's cooked. But why would I trust liberal media? Will the election actually end in 40 minutes? Yeah, that's what the timer's for. Legally, it has to end when the timer hits 0. 91% chance of Trump victory. Me when I lie?
Change the Republican Party a bit as well.
I don't want to listen.
Their election. The American people are having their say. So let's hear what voters from Arizona have to say.
Hi, Canada. My name's Jessica. This is my first election that I'm voting. Pregnant, my first child. And the most important issue to me this election is the woman's right to choose, to protect our bodies, and not have the government be telling us what to do.
Howdy, howdy, Canada. Fellow Texan here in Scottsdale, Arizona. What you got to know about this election here in the U.S. is it's going to be probably one of the most insane elections probably in our whole history because we have a very divisive country. And
bro, people forgot about the 2000 election with George Bush and Al Gore. That was a crazy election. They made a movie about how crazy that election was. You were 5 years old? Yeah, and it was hard back then to throw in a fake vote, but I still did it. Okay, I'm sorry. I do need to see Jinxie's election day coverage because I can't imagine what it's like.
And this is one of them. This memo going out to several Harris campaign members as well. What you're looking at right now is a tweet from Nandita Bose. She's a reporter with Reuters, but this is a screenshot of an email that was sent out. Harris's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, sent this.
Wrong Fox. What do you mean wrong Fox?
More sport?
Dude, he's watching a local Fox channel.
I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county.
No way the county's called Saginaw. There's no way a county is called Saginaw. He has to be making that up. No way. A lot of votes dropped in Saginaw. Come on, be fucking for real.
Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other...
Jinxie's for Trump, I assume, right? I don't know if he's made like a public statement. I'm just making a call based off judgments alone.
Hi, Vice, can you get links for that?
Turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from you.
I think he is, right?
Something we haven't mentioned just yet because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than...
Dude, did he open up Fox, and what's airing on Fox in the middle of the election are people dancing? Dude, they're doing tricks on it. They're so confident. Is Queso live? No, Queso's based. Queso's based and only plays video variety games. And he knows today is not a good day to stream him. He'll be back tomorrow for nothing but variety gaming time.
Thank you guys for coming to the election.
What election?
That is all.
What is the election? Okay, we missed the election. What a shame. 93% chance Trump just won a state. What did he win? Wait, what did he just win? Hold up, 88% of votes reported in Pennsylvania. 56 in Michigan, 81% in Wisconsin. They have his floor up to 257 electoral votes. What do they have him winning to be at 257? I assume Georgia and Maine. That's probably it, right? I think he is all but one, Georgia and Maine. He should win Alaska too, right? Maine split, I think. He's still at 230. Yeah, I think the floor is based off expectation of swing states. Because with 95% of the vote in, he is leading in Georgia by 3%. So unless they get the 10 votes that I threw in for Kamala Harris along with me and my homies, I think he might win that one. This is fucking bullshit! I voted 10 times for her and she still lost. Sorry. Why only 10? I had shit going on later on, you know what I mean? Don't be fooled by the red mirage. Is the red mirage cope? I feel like this is cope. I feel like this is cope, man. All right, this was the 2020 election blue shift timeline. So on election day at 8 p.m. Eastern, this is where the elections were. And Donald Trump was winning right up until about midnight when some votes started to swing. And then over the course of the next few days, as mail-in votes got counted, Joe Biden won all the swing states. I don't think there's as many mail-in ballots for that to be the case. Because that requires a lot of mail-in ballots. I think there still are a lot of mail-in ballots. They're just like was mostly mail-in ballots. Even Republicans were doing mail-in ballots last time. Hold up, I'm ordering food. It's closed. Wait, I'm fine. I don't need to eat. I'll make a fucking peanut butter jelly later. Those should have been counted by now. That's not true. Mail-in ballots are counted at different times depending on states and their laws. Certain states aren't even allowed to open up mail-in ballots until the day of the election, which makes the counting process of it quite slow. So we won't have all of the vote counts for Pennsylvania, for example. And then people in Maricopa County, which is like one of the more contentious counties in Arizona, said it'll take up to 10 days to count their ballots. Why does Nevada have no results? Counting usually takes days, but new technology and rules could speed up reporting. Postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election on November 9th. Here's the thing, Nevada doesn't matter. Nevada doesn't matter at all in terms of who will become president. Thank you for the $20. We should make a Trump golden throne, keep him barely alive for all eternity, and make super soldiers from his line for like 40,000 years or something. What in the Warhammer? Is that what Warhammer's about? I deadass thought that was a Dune reference. Canada flipped. I wonder what a country like Canada wants. I mean, it's obviously wholly irrelevant, but I imagine majority of Canadians don't want Trump. Point Crow, don't say doing your mom, bro. Wrong? I don't think I am wrong. I would think the majority of Canadians would not want Trump. I'm from Canada, and I'm concerned about the tariffs. Yeah, there's no real... Make America Great Again does not really bleed into Canada. I don't understand why you would want... As a gay man and longtime fan, I'm really, really sad and afraid of what will come this election. My own marriage is on the line. This is horrible, especially if Republicans get all three branches. Yeah, I voted today in California to, I don't know if it's codify or... basically pass gay marriage or like lock in gay marriage. I don't really know what the fuck. I think it was lock that shit in. I want to see Hassan cry. I feel like if your whole politics is based off of someone else feeling bad, you have a bit of a sad life. Because your own shit is so busted and beat that you're getting more joy out of someone else sad than something being good for you. That's like I'm not going to lie, man, that's a bad life. You got nothing going on. You got straight up nothing going on. That goes for other way as well. If you're fucking hate watching like FaZe Banks on the timeline hoping Trump loses so he's sad, that's a different level of pathetic. Boosting the amount for this important question you dodged. Brett Kavanaugh lied under oath on TV about what boofing is, and they still let him onto the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts? I think it makes him a pussy and a coward, and I think to repent, he should have to boof a full Corona beer on live television, broadcast preferably in the halftime show of the Super Bowl. Otherwise, I think he should be Probably imprisoned. Hi, is this to vote for the next Mogul Mail special guest, or why so much hype on voting? I'm new. Yeah, we are voting for the next member of actually unpaid intern. And right now, Donald Trump is winning by a bit. Kamala Harris has a chance of winning still, though. Thank you, the 5 gifted hunter. $89%. A little more vote coming from Pennsylvania. Bro, Pennsylvania almost at 90%. Kamala Harris down 175,000 votes. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Delaware County, Montgomery County, Chester County, Philadelphia County, Bucks County. She's just not leading by a lot compared to what Biden was. But Pennsylvania is a state that has mail-in ballots counted later. I could imagine a world where Kamala wins Pennsylvania. I think she loses Georgia. I think she could win Pennsylvania. But then it gets tough. Georgia was already called for Trump. I don't think it was called for Trump by any site that I use. I don't know what site you use. Associated Press, I don't think it's called Georgia for Trump yet. Uh-oh. Wait, did they? No, they didn't. Associated Press has yet to call it. NBC called it. I don't listen to woke media. I only read the Associated Press. NBC. BBC called it? Fuck do they know, bro? They're on the wrong side of the damn ocean. Dude, I hate this fucking live stream they have. It's so shit. Sea-Dog VA called it. GG. Georgia has been lost.
Touche, lady, touche.
They were very much talking to us about the idea of 50 plus 1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that...
This is the fucking greatest day of Nate Shot's life. This is the... If he hits fucking Radiant during his subathon and Trump gets elected, might be the single greatest month of that man's life. Who is Logan Paul going for? Wasn't he an outspoken supporter of Trump? I think he was, right? Pennsylvania's the determining factor. It's the determining factor for Kamala losing, but not winning. Because if she wins Pennsylvania, she still has a fuck ton of work to do because she lost Georgia and North Carolina. Who'd you vote for? Guys, I've said I have voted for Kamala Harris 10 times. At least 10 times. I looked up fucking dead neighbors to vote for her, bro. I ripped at least like 17 votes. I'm generally a man of the thought process that a good social net and better education for all leads to a more prosperous country. And I usually look to different countries where I have family live, like Sweden. I have a lot of family in Sweden. And they pay a very high tax rate. But that affords them to send a lot of their population to college for almost free. And I think makes it a better place in the world to live. And they also have better health care. And I understand doing that usually results in me spending more money on taxes, but I don't mind. So I generally align myself with the candidate who's going to do that. I'm not totally sold on the let's drop all taxes idea and everyone else will prosper idea. Hoi! Beep, 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 beep. Who'd Mr. Beast vote for? I have no clue. I'm not going to fucking conjecture what I think Mr. Beast voted for. He could be a Jill Stein guy. Old JS. All right, we are almost there. What'd you think about RFK? This is going to sound really superficial, and I apologize. I really had a hard time listening to him talk about his policies. That's it. I'm sorry. It's not a nice thing to say. I understand that. I'm just not lying. I'm saying it how I felt it. It's superficial, I know. I know! He does look crazy shirtless, though. Dude, they fucking love that song. That song is like Welcome to the Black Parade at a karaoke bar. You play YMCA at a MAGA fest and the people get fucking going. That's their fucking tune, dude. It is a gay song. Yeah, it is a gay song. I don't think they all know it's a gay song, but you know what? It goes. I guess the people moving. Who's the Hawk Tua girl voting for? I don't know. I think some would assume Donald Trump. But I wouldn't be surprised if she's a one-issue voter and concerned about abortion rights. You're a lib? Yeah, and I got fucking $5 million in the bank. What you mad at me for? What did I do? My money's still on Biden. Riding with Biden. George is called. Hold the phone. George is being called. Damn, Georgia has been called. And with Georgia being called, if you add in Alaska plus the electoral vote that is going to come from Maine and Nebraska, that puts Donald Trump at what? 251 electoral votes, meaning if he wins Pennsylvania, this election's over. If he wins both Wisconsin and Michigan, if he wins any two of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, it's over. He only needs Pennsylvania or any two of those three. They could tie. Could they? You have to do some fucked up science, no? Hold up. He wins Georgia. He wins North Carolina. How does it tie? I don't think it can tie. I don't think there's a way for it to tie. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. There's no tie possible. You would need 269. I don't know where he would. I don't know how that'd be possible. Maine? The Maine vote's already Nebraska? The Nebraska vote's already been called for Kamala Harris. You can tie in an election. You just can't tie in this election. Kamala Harris has already won the Nebraska vote. So I don't think it's possible to tie. Because that's the only place where the one electoral vote could come from. Or it could come from Maine, but that's also been called for Kamala Harris already. My cam is covering it. Yeah, I apologize. Sorry, here it is. Here's the one for Kamala. Here's the one in Nebraska for Kamala. Trump won Nebraska. Well, he won most of Nebraska. He won 80% of it. Associated Press hasn't called Georgia. Yeah, they haven't. But I think they will. It was pretty close. 2.5%. It was kind of close. All right, Pennsylvania is all that remains.
Now we are at Electoral College vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren?
216. They've already called Nevada for Kamala Harris. Is that what that is? They said 216 for Kamala. I think they're calling Nevada. This is a, to be clear, it's not like a news source. This is a Trump pep rally, and they're calling Nevada for Kamala. This is epic rap battles of history's fault. Well, I guess this once and for all shows that what matters in epic rap battle of history is not being the second verse, but being on the right side of the thumbnail. If you look at the thumbnail for every epic rap battle of history that features presidents, the person on the left wins the presidency. Obama versus Mitt Romney. Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and most recently, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. They determined the presidency. 2028, make sure you take a look who's on the left. They're going to win.
Within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now?
You know, a Trump Slotkin in Michigan
That's
or
right.
Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political
That's
era.
exactly right,
but we
because
might
people
now.
are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable and some of these. I mean, listen.
Kamala canceled her speech party. Did she? Is that real? Oh, that is tough. Kamala canceled her speech at Howard University and everyone's going home. Expect the media to blame Joe Biden for Kamala's defeat. Yeah. What did he say? He said that all Trump voters are garbage. I don't think that matters. Who gives a shit? Like, am I crazy? Who gives a shit? Bro, I went to a NASCAR race. That shit was fuck Brandon only. Bro punched back. That's fine. I don't see a problem in that. But, like, I don't believe for a moment someone was all ready to vote Kamala Harris and then Joe Biden said all Trump voters are garbage. And then the person who's voting Kamala went, that's too far. I don't believe that for a second. And then if you were to get mad at that, Trump's not the guy you're going to vote for. Maybe Jill Stein. Longtime Fruit YouTube Frog here. What policies are you worried about if Trump wins? I don't really view my political or politics by what I don't want or who I don't like, but what I do want and what I do like. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a very doomer outlook to be like avoidance based versus like proactive for policy that you want. PR answered, I think you're just late. I've been talked about this. It's not a PR answer. I just don't fucking... The only thing I know of Trump is tariffs. I know about Project 25, which seems dumb as hell. But what I care about much more is not having a stacked Supreme Court for Republicans. Because I think that ends up with like 50 years of irreversible change. Like, I think a lot of people are just no Trump. You know what I mean? Which I understand why. But, like, I'm of the opinion that there should be universal health care, that global warming isn't fake, and we should probably address it maybe sooner rather than later. And that abortion should be allowed, like, for women's reproductive rights. And I think those are enough to inform my vote. Who am I voting for? I'm still 50-50 based off what I just said. Do you guys want 25% unrealized gains taxes? Me personally, I don't mind. But I don't know. I also think I'm radical. Like, I don't know if this is radical per se. Maybe it's a fucking cold take. But I don't like when massive corporations buy up a shit ton of housing. Like, I feel like if you buy a house, you should live in the house. At least some part of the year. But I don't think any candidate is running on that platform. Coldest take ever? Look, I think every single fucking person who is flipping duplexes in big hubs like Arizona would vehemently disagree. Oh, 1% more vote in Arizona? They're doing some counting in Arizona? That's a close race. 49%. 49. Oh, shit. No, they're coming in. 49.9% to 49.2%. Oh, my God. Well, that's early. Oh, yeah. They've only counted a few counties. It is a dry heat. That's the thing about it. We're waiting on Pennsylvania.
Turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states,
he's saying no.
More and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming in the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter.
Can she win? I'm not the expert. Georgia called? It been called. Oh, sorry. Did Associated Press call it? Associated Press called it. I'm not an expert. I think all but no. I think her canceling her speech means there is no universe Kamala Harris wins tonight. Do you get what I mean? There's zero universe she wins tonight. %60 tariffs increase in U.S. equal increased tariffs in the world equal economic issues. Lud, why mad, bro? I'm good. But how can you decide who you vote for when you don't research the other options? How do you know who is the true better candidate for you? Well, I think I can just like have a few issues that I care about and then see where each candidate lies on those issues. But I don't know. Let's not fucking sit here and pretend that like that most people of the 120 plus million Americans who vote go deeper than that. Most Americans, I feel like, have a few issues that they're concerned about. It can be as few as one. It can be as many as 5, 6, 7, whatever. And then they make a vote. Or they just vote based off like what their family has voted. Or what their significant others have voted. And then that becomes like a tradition. Mine's not really based off that because my parents couldn't vote growing up. Immigrants and what have you. No, my dad's Swedish. I'm the only American in the family. $269 is still possible if Trump gets Alaska and Pennsylvania. Nah. Wait. Yeah, so yeah, technically you're right. If he gets Alaska and Pennsylvania, he'll have 269 votes, but he is almost assuredly going to win the second electoral vote in Maine. So he's currently leading that vote by 12%. So he would have to lose this vote, which there's almost no university does. He said he's not related to Project 2025. I hope that's the case. But I assume it's connected to still powerful people who are part of the Republican Party. Oh, shit. Chat. If you saw the timer just go to 0, that officially means that we need to restart it because the election hasn't exactly finished yet. Pennsylvania is the last state that needs to be figured out. If Pennsylvania swings into Trump's favor, the election is over. Donald Trump will become the 45th and 47th president of these United States. It is do or die. However, Kamala did announce that she is canceling her speech, which would have been presumably a victory speech. So I think even people in the Democratic Party are beginning to believe it's the beginning of the end. Dude, my favorite part of Kamala Harris's campaign is throwing out this right before the election drops. That's like a school president going, and every Friday's pizza day. Cry liberals. I think, guys, the vitriol that has happened over the past few months because of the election cycle is genuinely one of the worst things for America as a whole. And I don't think we will have a problem if Donald Trump wins in passing the power. I don't think there's going to be any insurrectionists, which will be nice. It'd be really nice to not be so confrontational, though. So hateful, you know. X, the everything app's been pretty cooked. I took that shit off the phone. It's been miserable to look at. What's Project 2025? I don't know who created it. But it is as it sounds. A president for 2025. Sorry, a project. A plan for 2025. It's made by the Heritage Foundation. I don't know what that is. Anyway, shit seems ass. XQC is going to lose 700,000. Is XQC live right now? He's not live. Is he live on Kick?
I don't know. It may not have changed anything.
Here's the counter.
Let's be honest. About getting
Bro, it's so cooked.
Let's be honest.
He is just ripping slots.
I'm not gonna hear that. I'm not gonna hear that. People are incredibly selective with how they enforce and see law. It's fucking weird.
Bro, he is ripping slots after he lost 700K. Got to make that money back.
Trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen.
There's a lot of pressure now. Okay, well, if Trump won, which it almost seems assured that'll be the case on the Republican Party, because they won the fucking lot. It's over. It's not over yet, but it's all but over. You know what I mean? Ooh, 68% of Nevada. Dude, Nevada's leaning Republican. 68% of the vote. 71% of the vote for Clark County. She is shitting the bed in Clark County. 2020 election, Clark County. She is shitting the bed in Clark County. Joe Biden won 53% of the vote to Donald Trump's 44% in Clark County. It's 50-48. That is so much worse. That is so much worse. And that's supposed to be the big county to win. No, that's a sweep. Did she get swept? Never forget, Kamala Harris got swept. She loses Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina. Dude, is it a sweep? A sweep is tough. It's like Hillary all over. How did Hillary lose? Like by electoral votes. It would be worse than Hillary. Hillary actually won Nevada. But it would basically be the same thing except for Nevada, and there's also a change in electoral votes from 2024 to 2016 to now. It would be a worse loss than Hillary Clinton, and that was a bad loss. The good news, if Kamala wins, is that she'll get a New York Times bestseller for sure. As a physics undergrad who doesn't want to make weapons and instead work on clean power and bettering theory, I now don't know what I'm going to do. Well, I think a lot of private companies are still going to focus on that. It just might not have like as many government subsidies. This will still exist. Or maybe you just be fucking working in Europe. Dude. I guess we'll see. Here's the thing. Okay, maybe this is fucking stupid, but I just feel like, I don't know, it's a cold take. A democratic process where you have two candidates that both people feel like kind of shit, and you can't even have a third option is bad. And what we should do instead is decide everything via parkour. Imagine a civilization where parkour determines your rank in society, and he who is best at parkour gets to make all of the decisions. We rewrite our Constitution in parkour. Do you think Trump would go for the steak or the chicken? Steak is for pussies. All right, focus. Guys, this is an election. We can't joke around. Oh, a lot of Wisconsin vote in. Dude, 6% lead in Michigan. 94% lead in Wisconsin. 95. Look at this. Pennsylvania forecast. They're saying there's a 95% chance Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. And if he wins Pennsylvania, this election is officially over. I think we're going to get a victory speech tonight. I think Donald Trump won. Fuck! I voted 20 fucking times and she still lost! Sorry.
Or I'm not voting for this black one.
No, that's not what we see in our...
I'm sorry. You got to run that back for me. What'd you just say?
No, that's not what we see.
Well, I'm not voting for this woman. Or I'm not voting for this black one.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing.
Weigh in.
Can't follow that up with here's the thing. That's just, you can't follow that up with here's the thing. You know what I mean? You can't say I'm not voting this black woman and then follow up with here's the thing. That's just not a thing you can follow up with. No, I think Kamala might have just been a weak candidate, man. A weak candidate attached to a bad administration. You know what I mean? She ain't black. Isn't she literally black? You can be a Republican. Just don't also be dumb. She's black and Indian? Yeah, so she's black and Indian. What are we doing here? Why do we got a bunch of fucking white people in the chat we're doing the black enough game? What do we? Dude, I think they're about to call it. Is this the most votes Trump got? Actually, let's check. 2020 election popular vote. What was the popular vote? Popular vote election. 2020. The popular vote, Donald Trump got 74 million votes. In 2016, he got 62 million. Damn, nobody voted that election. Wait, he lost by so much? I didn't realize how many votes he lost by in the popular vote. I always thought it was like neck and neck. I mean, I guess it's pretty close, but that's like a couple mil. And then this one he lost by 7 mil, but I think he might actually win the popular vote here. This is the most votes he's ever... This is probably the most votes he's ever got, right? Actually, maybe not. I think there's just less people who turned out to this election, it seems like. Is there like a... I wonder if there's a... I guess there's no way to know what percentage of total votes have been reported. I feel like less people showed up to this election. I think a lot of times indecision is a decision for people. You know what I mean? The no vote is a way to say I hate both the candidates. Scroll down. Yeah, I got you. No real changes, but they have Trump at like... I mean, bro, they have him at minimum 270 electoral college votes, which is just a win. They have him all but one. He's going to win Nevada. He's going to win Nevada. He's going to win every swing state. Bro, he swept. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He swept. I will say there's one thing that this election is going to make me do, and I should have done this years ago. I'm going to delete the Robinhood app. Obviously, that's a bad place to be investing anyway. But when I opened it up, you can gamble on the election in the app. And that is not a good thing for me to have on my phone. I have never seen that before. They just had on the homepage a way to gamble on the election. That's fucking brain rot. That's brain rot. I can't believe that. That's fucked up. You can gamble in Robinhood? Yeah. Why? I don't know why they've entered the gambling. I mean, maybe money. The answer is money. Yeah, they have an event contract to vote on the election. And you basically trade and it pays out the odds. Here's the crazy thing. The last day to trade on the election is January. Is this a joke? On Robinhood, the last day to trade for the election is January 5th. And then you get paid out January 8th. Why are you able to trade up until January 5th? When my insurrection is planned for the 6th. It's fucked up. Okay, wait, focus. No new votes. New Hampshire's been called for Kamala Harris. Those 4 electoral votes are going to soften the sting of the loss. That's going to soften the sting of the loss for sure. That will soften it. I think Massachusetts is going to end up being the most Democratic state. Oh, maybe Vermont, actually. We'll see. Could be Washington. There's no way you can read this chat? Yeah, there is. Spending another $10 for you to read my super chat. I sent you one, you clicked it, and clicked out instantly. Big fan, though. Love the vid. Sorry if you can't read my chats because of something else, if you know what I mean. I don't know what it was. I think I just got distracted. Switch, you think of the $10. Quite frankly, there's a lot of parkour noobs. I walked in there and I said, wow, there's a lot of noobs. No, I can't do Trump, man. Here, okay, can I tell you it's not the worst part of Trump being elected. One of the worst parts of Trump being elected is that we're going to have 4 more years of Trump impressions. I was sick of them in the Republican primaries. That was 8 years ago. We got 4 more. Fuck. That's tough. Poly Market has over $4 billion placed on election markets. Is that real? $4 billion on the election? I feel like you shouldn't be able to gamble on the election. Jesus 2024. Amen. Amen, baby. My vote's for One Nation Under God. Call Schlag. Stop calling him Schlag. Because the long form of that name stresses me out. Don't say it. I said it stresses me out. That's not an opportunity to fucking say it. No new votes to report, except for Alaska, 28%. Why is Alaska so Republican? I assume actually it's because of a lot of Alaska's money comes from oil drilling, and the economy is a bit upheld by that, and Republicans are for oil drilling. Is it that simple? That makes sense. Fox News called Pennsylvania. Hold up. We're going to wait. We're going to buckle down for our boys at the Associated Press. Oh, they called a victory. Wait, I'm sorry. Is this Fox News? This is just a Trump rally. This is is a Trump rally. I thought this was Trump's own media site. Damn, that shit's crazy. That shit's crazy.
In 2020, this is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching to seven.
Fox is Trump. Yeah, they leaned in really heavily, right, in the past couple of years. Because I think they had I think they said that the 2020 election was not stolen and that Trump legitimately lost. And then a lot of people boycotted Fox and they lost like all of their audience. And then they've leaned in way heavily after. You know what's super interesting is the movie Succession? Bro, that is just about Fox News.
Where the vote is in Michigan.
Or I guess the greater holdings of Rupert Murdoch, not just Fox News, but.
Arizona, there is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet.
It's a TV show? I know it's a TV show, but I'm saying like it is art imitating life because of the succession battle for Rupert Murdoch's media empire. Because he has all the shares split amongst his children. And he has one kid who wants to go super right-wing MAGA. And then another kid who wants Fox News to become a more unbiased, trustworthy media site. Is that the Happy Dad guy? Was that the Happy Dad guy?
Damn.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was
the Nelk guy, right?
Be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like.
He would have
He's
lost.
been able to accomplish this. It is nothing short of astonishing.
I would have voted for Jill Stein.
Also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager. Very quiet.
Just to be clear, Joe Biden would not have changed anything. Joe Biden, brother. We all seen him. Joe Biden was not the game changer. As a Mexican with immigrant parents, I'm genuinely scared what will happen when Trump's elected. I think that's a legitimate fear. I actually can't say shit on that. Okay, another 10. I said a very terrifying election this year for us Muslims because of the clear lack of support for Palestine. A big reason why Kamala lost the Muslim vote in Michigan IMO. Yeah. I mean, I think both candidates were not champions for the Palestinian cause. I low-key think if Ludwig didn't start a beef with with Logan Paul, Kamala Harris would have won. See what? I don't agree. I feel like that's incorrect. So not only have Republicans won the presidency, they've also gained majority in the House, in the Senate, flipping 2 seats. And the House, they have flipped a couple of seats. They're going to have a full... What do you call that shit? What do you call that shit when they own all 3 parts of the government? Red wave? No, that's not what it's called. Supermajority? Is that it? That's not Yahtzee. Bingo. A royal flush. A full house. Is it a full house? A trifecta? It's a supermajority, I think. They have a supermajority, right? Or is it a trifecta?
Understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, supermajority. I feel like now it's like the no excuse get shit done period. Trump's going to be so annoying. There's no one worse to lose to on this God-greened earth. No one worse to lose to than Donald Trump. I'm very bad to lose to. I think he's slightly worse. I could not be more of a sore winner. Unless I was Trump. Kamala, the tribe has spoken. Okay, relax. Now imagine Trump coming on stage revealing he was just a paid actor and everything was a bit, just like Nikado Avocado. What do you even mean? In your opinion, did the Democrats have any better options than Kamala Harris? I think not really with the way it shook out, right? I think it's unrealistic to have expected Joe Biden to drop out of the race at a prompt enough time to have run a full-length primary for Democrats. And I think when he dropped out, any replacement candidate, with the exception of Kamala Harris, made no sense. You know what I mean? Bernie, it just wouldn't make sense. For when Joe Biden to drop out to just be like, yeah, Bernie Sanders is now the candidate would make no sense. Did they call Pennsylvania? They have not called it yet. Has Associated Press called it? Associated Press has not called it. I hold. I wait for my Associated Press as a journalist. Chat, as a journalist, the Associated Press is one of the most reputable sources for this information. They won't call it unless it's certain. Fox News called it. Yeah, they called it yesterday, bro. I'm not going off that. I'm sticking with my journalistic guns. I think it's Jover, but I wait for my people. That's the damn Associated Press, I'll have you know.
I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, you know, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken. And
it would be funny if you turn this stream into a video. I think the entire stream kind of hinges on who wins the election, and I don't think my video will be really building that up for many people. You know what I mean? Like I don't think anyone's watching my video like, oh, I wonder who won. Let me click this. Like by the time it's edited and would have come out, people are like, no, yeah, we know. I'm good. Fellas, is it gay to vote for a man? Why did Elon Musk want Trump to win so bad? I listened to the Elon Musk Donald Trump interview, and it definitely sounded, I don't know if you guys remember, like he was kind of, he was kind of like asking for a job. There was like a certain point of the interview where he was like, yeah, we need like Elon Musk. He was like, yeah, we need people to like look over like you know, our policies, and like I could do that. Like I could be part of that team, you know. And then I think Trump brushed it off. He's like, yeah, I got a great team. Tax cuts. I assume a lot of it is also he's facing legal challenges about environmental protection, worker safety. I know he's a regulation hater. I think that's it. I'm almost positive. You know what? Damn, Elon Musk kind of won. This worked out exactly how he wanted it to. Damn, he played a long con. Everyone made fun of him for buying X the Everything app for like $50 billion because the app has now drastically decreased in value. Almost became worthless compared to what he purchased it for. However, owning a social media site, not too different from owning a mass media conglomerate, and then backing a candidate so publicly as the owner of the media site, probably pushed the election like the most of any individual, no? With maybe the exception of Rupert Murdoch and Fox News. He's probably like top 2 most influential people for pushing votes. And the value he'll get back from his candidate winning and being so close to the president will probably be worth more than the money he lost to buy Twitter. Do you get me? I feel like that is the case. Check the map? Yeah, I'll check the map. Not called. 94%, one more percent. We still have a very likely outcome. 200,000 people are voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris with a 3% lead. Only 6% left to the vote. AP has yet to call the race either.
They put her in a
and Donald Trump has yet to walk out.
We're going to continue to be great, and I trust and hope and believe that President Your party will be great again. I want the and you can thank Donald Trump for that. But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that.
Let's pull up Kamala Harris's Twitter because presumably she's going to tweet out a what's that word when you lose? She's gone to bed? Nah, she's gonna tweet out like a concession. That's it. She's gonna concede, I'm sure.
All of the things we talked about tonight, but this moment is actually a moment.
Thank you the $5 scores. Time to watch PvP Civilization. Chop chop. We're not watching PvP Civilization tonight. If Trump lost, X would be banned for sure. No, that you're. Do you actually believe that with your whole heart? That's not. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Candidly. If you believe that with your whole chest, I don't know where you've gone wrong in your life. But I think you're making monsters of molehills. Or I guess mountains of molehills, I should say. PvP consolation. League? I do have to play League soon, chat. We still have to hit plat. We have to hit plat before Trump gets into office. Wait, it's actually almost the same date. The day League finishes its season is almost the same day Trump goes into office. We got to hit it with Biden. Riding with Biden, baby. I will hit platinum riding with Biden.
This is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say,
Do you think Trump or Kamala would pick the steak? I don't think either would pick the steak, to be honest. We can't pick this. Can you play 4D chess? No. I've never tried. I fall asleep to your videos every night. Favorite YouTuber by far. Thank you, Light Dark. Thank you, man. What the heck? Thank you. Hit plat before Arcane Season 2 drops. That's in 1 week. What if Joe Biden announces he's running today? So boring he sleeps. You're trying to hurt me, but I find it the highest compliment because when I'm in bed at night, I look for a YouTube video to fall asleep to, and I would never admonish those YouTube videos because they're very near and dear to my heart. You're trying to hurt me, but real ones know that is the second most important YouTube video you pick. The first one is what video you pick to eat food to. The second one is what you fall asleep to.
I think that happened to Biden.
1776 has got to be America pilled. No way you're donating that. What do you think will happen with Trump's felonies? I think they're all washed. Everything will be washed or pushed until after he has done his presidency. For sure, right? I just don't think the judicial system would ever feel comfortable with enough power to make the sitting president go to jail for a bit. You know what I mean? It'll just be a wash. I liked your last meal. Thank you. I'm not excited to be made fun of by the British for the next 4 years. The British can't speak. Yeah, maybe we voted in Trump twice. Bro. They need... Oh. Is it done? No. Not done yet. Not done yet. They got fucked up teeth, man. Any Dem would have won if they were actually Democratic instead of a blue Republican. I don't agree. I think the most important thing for a Democrat is the ability to make people want to vote for them. Because the more people vote, the more likely a Democrat wins. So I honestly think what is the most important thing in a Democratic candidate is Riz. If a Democratic candidate has a lot of Riz, then they'll have a lot of fans and people will vote for them. I don't even think their policy even matters. Like, I think most people's issues with Kamala are Riz-based. Thoughts on Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare? I don't think I've played... Is Garden Warfare the original or is that a sequel? I played the original. I've never played a sequel to it. Dude, Trump's going to win every fucking swing state. Are you saying Trump has Riz? Yeah, undeniably. Yeah, of course. That's like his only... That's his main thing. Have you read a Trump transcript? They're crazy. But when he says them with Riz. I wouldn't... Yeah. Are you more liberal or conservative? I find myself to be a libertarian. I'm trying to make a state where we don't have to register our damn cars. When are we getting more YMCA? Oh, fuck. This is copywritten. Fuck me. Fuck me. Sons of bitches. Fuck. I hate fucking Donald Trump. Damn it. I'm trying to demonetize my whole fucking shit. Ooh, 56% of the vote in Arizona. Donald Trump leading by 1% now. Poors voted Trump in, bro. Can't afford milk and blame the president. I don't think anything of what you said is based on any fucking like objective data at all. I think you're just dumb. You think Trump will try to gain an ally out of Putin again? Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure, right? He likes Putin, no? He's a little Putin head. How much of Trump's success do you think is because he's basically Reagan 2.0? I don't know. Might be a bit reductive. But I do see what you're saying. They're both charming Republicans. But Trump's like way more divisive than Ronald Reagan. Like Trump and Ronald Reagan are not on the same level. The whole country voted for Ronald Reagan. I think Ronald Reagan was like Trump's way more cultish. Charming's crazy. What I mean is there are a lot of people who have decided their votes this election based off seeing Trump in long-form interviews, which he did several of that racked up like well over 100 million views in the long form and like millions and millions upon millions in the clips. And in those, I think a lot of people view him as likable. I don't think these are like in-depth conversations about like policy. They're more like fucking shoot the shits. Liberals are cultish. You don't have to be fucking high strung. I'm just saying Ronald Reagan was more liked by the Americans as a whole. Elections are now decided by a wheel, where each vote increases odds. Evbo becomes president after journalist Masterpiece covers her story. I kind of like that. Every person in America gets one ball that enters a lottery machine. Then we roll the lottery machine. Whoever's name comes out wins. That's kind of fire. Do you think Peanut the squirrel's death had an impact? No. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, right? Peanut the squirrel was killed by a cop. I don't know if you've been tuned in to the liberal agenda, but it's not exactly pro-cop. On Joe Rogan, Elon Musk answered that question at minute 1:11:52. What question? I don't know what question you're talking about. Elon Musk. $1:11:52.
I think we will lose. If we don't like Trump, I think we will lose. We will lose democracy in this country. We'll lose the two-party system. And let me explain why. So,
oh yeah, I heard this is the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. I think it's as dumb as people saying if Trump wins, democracy will die.
There's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website, meaning you don't take my word for it. You'll just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats. And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. In some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if you have a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the. It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote blue, and then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary.
No, yeah, I think it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Because like if you even follow the thread of logic for a little bit, you would come to the realization that if he's saying they're like throwing in so many illegal immigrants, which are simultaneously ruining the country, but still are going to overpower the vote. Like if the general person's quality of life decreased drastically because of this mass immigration, then they would just vote for the party that is anti-immigration. And no amount of immigrants would overpower that. But immigration, just to be clear, is a very good thing. We have a very good situation going on. We need immigration. I don't know if you guys know, we're not fucking. All right? I know most of this is your guys' fault. We got about 60,000 people in here who are not fucking. But you need this to be at 2.1. We are not fucking enough. Do you know what happens when you're not fucking enough? You need immigration. Our numbers have dropped pretty tough. We haven't been at 2.1 for almost 20 years now. So usually when population increases, the lives of people get better who are older. Because like more people, the economy does better. Younger people can create more jobs. You can create more housing for them. When there's less people, a lot worse. So anyway, y'all got to get to fucking or stop complaining about immigration. It's one or the other. Even if it increases 700%, even if 700% increase was true, even legal non-citizen immigrants can't vote. Illegal immigrants can't vote either. Yet DACA people can't vote. No, I genuinely think what Elon said there was dumb as shit. But I think Elon, like, only cares about Trump winning because it puts his companies in a very good position, and he would say literally whatever would put him in a situation for that. I think Elon's core cares about multi-planetary civilizations and having enough in the fucking bank to do that. They called Pennsylvania for Trump, did they? No. Why do you keep lying to me? It hurts me every time. What the fuck is this sentence? Dub 3 was postponed 4 years. World War III? Here in Uruguay, we had an election last week, and one candidate ended up with 16% of the votes, entirely by having Riz. Look up his campaign spot. His name is Andres Ojeda. Fox News called it. Yeah, but... Wait, I forget the name already. I forgot the name already. Andres. I look up Andres and a plane crash comes up. I don't. That's the guy? Yeah, he's got Riz. Yeah, he's got Riz.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. You know, we saw him in
Obama.
return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take
Is Jimmy Carter still alive? Yeah.
of the United States.
He recently hit his 100th birthday. Trump didn't wish him a happy birthday.
That is another liberating factor potentially.
Trump and him are beefing.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who is caught
Patrick, thank you for the 26 months.
twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate.
It's like, bro, he's 100. Wish him happy birthday.
Appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
It's the least you could do.
He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned, but the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line.
Thank you for the membership, Sarah.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this.
Is Lebanese here for a PhD? It feels so sad worrying about USAR overlords elections, and if they're going to help Israel go all in to massacre my family, I'm leaving this terrorist country ASAP. I hope you do get out, because I feel like it's a dangerous place to be. But it is, bro. You know, I hang out with a lot of people who are not from America. It is crazy how much everybody outside of America is aware of American politics because they just need to be.
One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach.
America does make some noise.
And you think of the issue sets that they've tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And
It affects like most of the world.
who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Do you think Trump's going to do a The Boys Are Back in Town music video when he walks out?
With the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious.
Check out something on Instagram. He's trying to get on Wipeout. Let me on Wipeout. Bro, I don't have any control on that. Why are Americans so silly? In any other country in the Western world, there isn't a debate between Harris and Trump. Also, Fox called Pennsylvania for Trump. Not a great source, but they're risking it if they're wrong, of course. Sincerely, a Brit. Enjoy the show. I mean...
90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election.
I think there is nowhere else on earth Trump would win but America. Trump might be the most, I was thinking about this, Trump might be the most American person you can make.
A great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race.
I forget what event it was. I think it was maybe the Super Bowl or something, but he had some team in the White House, and he got them like McDonald's and fucking Coke. He loves playing golf. He talks fucking loud. He didn't give a shit about anything around him. No self-awareness. He's just doing his thing. He's like quintessential America.
Not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress.
The good news is that at least when the economy goes bad, we won't hear, that's what you get for putting a woman in office for 4 years.
Tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla.
Yeah.
I was reminded of your work.
It's kind of like, this is a horrible analogy. I shouldn't continue it. I will continue it.
I hope and pray for the country tonight that
I actually can't. It's actually such a bad analogy. But it is all in the Republicans' court. If America sucks in a year, 2 years, 4 years, it is all the Republicans' fault. If it's amazing, It is all their credit.
And the Lincoln Project people and Bill Kristol.
Because they have a super majority. They got every single thing you can get. The Senate, the House, the presidency. So if in 4 years America fucking blows, it is all their fault. If it's amazing, it is all their success. So we'll see. Balls in their court. Here's the thing. I hope they succeed. I would rather America be in a good spot. It would be better for the people who live in this country if they succeed. As a trans woman, I'm terrified of Trump winning. It feels like my life's hanging in balance. I'm in tears trying to calm down, but I'm so scared. I feel like it's actually not as scary as that may seem. Sammy, I know there's a lot of discourse about trans people, but I think the biggest changes that could happen are like accessibility to healthcare if they leave it to the states in certain states, which would not be ideal, of course. It would make life very difficult for some people, but at the end of the day, like, you exist as a human in this world. They can't fucking take you out like you live, you know what I mean? If you're trans and alive, you're still alive after Trump becomes president, you know? They can't really change that. They can't make you not trans.
He's not an indoor cat, I get it. They had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner. Let's move.
They can make the quality of life worse in several states. Yeah, that's for sure.
Today when I talked to him, I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he. I know him as well as you, but I think the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question. We can always hope.
No, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill. Wow. B. If you spend $1,000
But like what I'm saying is trans rights are inalienable. It's not like they can carve away rights from a specific group of people.
on every race, presidency, the whole deal.
I think the biggest fight
And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say? $50.
or the worst thing that will come from it, I think more like hate and vitriol.
Race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach.
You mean like abortions? It's actually a fucking good point.
Something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, though.
The final ads
Because that did happen for real.
They were excellent.
They talked about
Or we make a trans commune in California.
again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that
Liberal California.
iconic image and the fight. Absolutely.
We take over Bakersfield.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And, that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy.
No one's doing shit in Bakersfield.
I mean, the adversity.
We just take it. I'm not going to Bakersfield. Look, we start in Bakersfield. Eventually we can move.
Gone through all kinds of trouble. Are pale in comparison.
That's just a lot of easy land to get.
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni. Speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha.
Donald has some of the worst allegations against him. 34 felony counts and is mocked by everyone that isn't American. How is he in office? I think because everyone who voted for him doesn't believe that he committed a crime, and any felony count against him, they would say is part of like a scam to rig the election. Class trip to Springfield, Ohio. I'm saying we could. Harris won in Pennsylvania. Refresh. You're lying. Okay, you are lying. 2 minutes. Thoughts on third-party voters? I think they're dumb as shit in the current system. A lot of Dems voted for Trump this year. I think a lot of people just didn't vote this year, actually. The difference in the amount of people who voted in this election versus last election, it's probably going to be like 8-figure difference.
I should thank you. The Harris team is now
There's like millions and millions and millions of people who did not vote. So I think it's much less people who switch over and much less people who just didn't show up. Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I don't think Kamala is going to crack 70. You know what I mean?
You work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let them.
This is the craziest thing I'm ever hearing in my life.
And I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump. At Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait. And,
I don't know why they're going to 2004 as an example of someone who wasn't good at admitting a loss, because you don't have to go that far back.
Somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
I got that text.
Hasn't been called yet.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk.
This is, bro, it's so early in the night still. I am very confident Kamala Harris will succeed as ordinarily, plainly, and gracefully as you can.
Expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris is a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't.
Timer. Donald Trump's making a speech soon.
I just think he's. I think that's it. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a captain, maybe it's just.
NBC called it. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's see that.
A flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one.
Yeah, they called it. NBC called Pennsylvania, so 266 electoral votes for Trump. They have yet to include Alaska, which would be another 3 electoral votes, and Maine 2.
He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities,
It's a gain across the board.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the Vice President to get to the presidency. Only 2 have done it, and that is Mark Van Buren in 1836.
The Van Buren curse? I never heard of this.
1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kaylee, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcasts. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for president? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game.
Fuck! Breaking news!
It's the celebrity baby hippo Mu Deng has predicted.
Moo Dang has called the election.
Fruitcakes. One cake carved with Donald Trump's name, the other Kamala Harris. In the video, Moo Dang is seen eating the fruitcake with Mr. Trump's name.
Yum. Nostradamus.
Nostradamus has picked Donald Trump. There you go. So just one day, or in fact...
Moo Dang.
If he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because
So happy with the results tonight. The people have spoken. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys is right. I think there's an overwhelming amount of men who voted Donald Trump. He is not who I voted for, but men, especially young men, I think came in astronomical numbers.
Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with...
I think his campaign worked, dude. His campaign worked. My 24-year-old boyfriend voted for Trump. Yeah, I think his podcast tour worked. TikTok, it worked.
This was a loss that I don't think anyone saw.
There's not a frat guy in America who did not vote Donald Trump.
What does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this sounding?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't cloned...
I think there's a general belief that voting Republican and voting Donald Trump will be better for the economy and taxes if you're rich. And I think there's a strong belief, if you're a 22-year-old man full of fucking testosterone and confidence, that you're going to become fucking rich.
We've been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the
And I also think as an alternative, Kamala Harris, I don't think many frat guys are voting a woman. I think that's not the best competition. Worked for Ludwig in 2016. Relax.
She would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been...
Now here's the reality.
But Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old.
I think that belief won't become true for the majority of people, right? Like, what's the percentage of Americans who are millionaires? 8% or something? Of families, I guess, are millionaires in America. 92% are not. That's good odds. It's not great odds.
What happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel.
It's less than 1%. It is not less than 1%, my good sir.
So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change.
It's much lower than 1%, guys. It is not. I think you might have a warped view.
This guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer, and we've got to look long and hard.
Google it.
Whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics, then at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message, and we'll get there. And we've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech?
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Optimism.
According to the Federal Reserve, 18% of U.S. households have at least 7 figures net worth,
So Dana, what does this speech look
which is actually higher than I thought.
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think
That seems high, though.
Just thinking about this speech, I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, we kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work,
COVID made it a lot of millionaires. I think it's a lot. I think it's probably mostly just like older homeowners.
part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie.
Must have a net worth of over $1 million. Like if you're 65 plus, retired, you worked 40 years.
I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only
AP
one
called it.
the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all
Why do you
of
keep
that. But
lying to
he
me?
has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede.
Didn't vote and not American should be two different options. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, we could have the shame button. Would have helped if there was a primary rather than making her the nomination. I think a primary would have distracted. I actually think a primary would have been a bad option. I think they did the right option for the circumstances, right? Like, I don't know if I agree with a primary when the primary happened. Because if a primary happened then, Trump tweeted, I think there'd be people arguing that someone else in the primary should have been the candidate, and it could have been used as a tool against the campaign. I also don't know of any, like, person in the Democratic Party who would want to run against Kamala Harris. Because it would just lower the chance of the Democrats winning at that point. I think the only alternative would have been Joe Biden dropping out sooner. But I think that's a tough ask. I don't see a Trump tweet. Did he truth? Truth Social is going to go crazy now, huh? Squeaks on the screen? Fuck. I said squeak.
You never get the essence. I go back. Does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see the blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time.
I think it's crazy to me that we let this guy run after he was found guilty of 33 out of 34 charges, indicted twice, and after his hush money trial. I think it was up to the people to look at that and vote against him, as opposed to his ability to run being decided in a court of law. Because I think if the judicial system stopped Trump from running, then the 60 million Americans who voted for Trump today, we would have a much bigger January 6th. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that responsibility was less on the judicial system and much more on the people in this election.
Talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, you know, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him? Michelle Obama. And Joe Scarborough saying, you know, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these?
That's a dumb take. I really... I mean, have you seen... Bro, there's some fucking... Can you really imagine if Trump was barred from running in this election? I don't think the 60 million people who voted Trump would take it lying down. I don't...
He mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the
That I think that would be bad.
isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one
I
of the
think
first
there'd
words
be
used
so many riots. I think that would...
his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of
In Australia, if you're over 18, you're legally required to vote. If you don't, you get a fine. How would that affect the... I think if you added a tax break for people who voted... But I think the reality is, if you're a Republican Party, you don't want people to vote.
And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone.
Because the more people who vote, the more likely the Democrats win.
Successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding
Whoops.
him back. What comes to mind is an
So I don't think that would ever pass.
where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country, and I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country.
Odd take. I think this is backed by just evidence. You can just look up when the highest percentage of Americans have voted.
Leads a very successful country.
It's usually a Democratic win.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. and then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person.
Trump made you a millionaire? Respectfully, no, not even close. It was called Among Us. It was called Among Us. I will not give credit to Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk.
And the subathon? Nah, I was a millionaire well before.
Treasury Secretary.
Not
Okay,
on
this
some
is boring.
flex
Now
shits.
please play League of Legends.
I'm
We
waiting
get it,
for the
votes are happening,
speech.
blah, blah, blah.
Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then they have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum.
How many times did you vote? 25!
Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea.
And none of them mattered. God, it's so fucked.
Are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works?
That many charges is ridiculous anyway. Everyone understands they threw 100 charges at him to see what sticks. I think this is just pretty standard practice in the court of law.
And their concerns.
I don't think this is like a special thing to Trump.
American democracy.
Every charge that is possible is usually, I think it's just kind of how our American judicial system works.
One with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush.
Very bad take. This is just how it works. You can charge with whatever you want.
But as much as we talk about the
Unless the judge throws it out, but you can just charge. There's no reason as a prosecutor to charge for less stuff. There's no reason to do that.
Suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him.
But it's not like a special thing that happened to Trump where he got charged with more stuff than others.
And I can only hope
Pennsylvania got called?
that are articulated by my friend, my dear friend
Nope.
Kellyanne.
Not yet.
I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It will celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts.
Pennsylvania stalling.
I'm struck by.
All right, I got to pee real quick. In the meantime.
Yo, listen up. The future is here. We need to come together and fight for that future. Put the pixels in the past and welcome in the third dimension. Rivals 3D. Whoa! From the creators of Dungeons of Ether and Lovers of Ether comes the next thrilling adventure that will pound your heart and enlighten your senses. Radical! Now, with up to 4 players, you can play online with your friends on the World Wide Web. Tubular! This isn't your grandma's platform fighter. This is one for champions. Rivals 3D. What is a rival?
I thought you'd never pick me.
Yeah.
Fucking kill myself! Fuck! Fuck that!
Damn, it's cold as hell. What the hell? Okay, this is embarrassing. So my autoplay opened up in a Moo VOD. This is this is really embarrassing. This is what I watch when I'm not streaming. It has 0 views. This is the guys. Just for reference, this has 0 views. There are 50,000 people watching. Nobody has ever had that many views on an Amumu VOD on the Replay Amumu VOD channel ever. That was the most viewed Amumu game of all time right there. I literally watch all these fucking videos, bro. This is my bedtime footage. I watch all these fucking videos. View bomb it. It's not a real person. It's just auto-uploaded videos from high-level Amumu games. Breaking news! Guys, breaking news. If you guys were here to find out about the election, I don't have any updates, but the breaking news is that Rivals of Ether is 10% off for only 9 hours and 37 more seconds. If you haven't yet tried it, guys, it's 10% off. You can return the game after 2 hours. All right? If you don't like the game, you can return it. That's the beauty of Steam. You have to offer returns. So if you don't like it, return it, but check it out. It's a great game. And it has a MAGA character named Crag. Okay? And a Kamala Harris character named Fleet. So what happens to the electoral votes if a state like Iowa gets a lot of their mail-in ballots and Kamala takes the lead? I never understood what happens to the vote if they already declare the vote. The vote would not be declared if it was mathematically possible for it to be overturned, if that makes sense. They usually don't declare it until they know as a fact that it is a Republican state. You know what I mean? Or a Democratic state. So that's what happened. You're basically asking what happened in the last election. Because in the last election, it took like over a week to predict who was going to win the state. Like some states were not called for several days. It's just that Trump won by so much in some of these swing states like Georgia and North Carolina that they're already prepared to call it. What do you think? Why do you think a third party is bad? I hated both candidates. I voted to try to get 5% votes to another party. I guess it's fine if you don't care about who the president is. But in the current system, the third party vote is not, it doesn't. Like, I don't know what that does. Oh.
Please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by
Dude, I heard Barron is
President-elect
6'7" now.
J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to
I sang this in third grade. Stand up. AP called it. All right, folks. The election is officially over. Donald J. Trump has won, making him the second ever multi-numbered president. Who's the other guy who had it, Chet? Grover Cleveland. Is this copywritten? No, I think it's just American. They can't copyright this. This is my inalienable right to listen to this song. This was such a fucking miss, by the way. Like, I know why they're playing this song, all right? And low-key, it's a banger. But they should have played The Boys Are Back in Town. That Dana White. Dude, is Barron 6'7"? How tall is that guy? Barron is going to become a super villain. Spending 8 years of your childhood in the fucking White House? That kid's got to be evil. No, fuck it. Yeah, AP called Pennsylvania. He's the chosen one. Dude, he's not Lizan Al Gaib. He hasn't won yet. Technically, he hasn't won because they haven't called Alaska, but he has won. He has won, and he has won fucking easily.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs
He's
help,
parasocial, dude.
and it needs help very badly.
He's fucking
We're gonna fix our
parasocial.
borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most
Turn it up. It's Max.
incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Dude, I knew he was going to love having two numbers.
And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong,
Okay, don't You're going to have some golf days in there. Let's keep it a stack.
deserve and that you deserve.
He's saying, bro, you're going to take some
This
days off.
will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
The roaring 20s.
This is a magnificent victory, people, that will allow us to make America great again.
He said the thing!
And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
He's calling Wisconsin. Wisconsin wasn't called yet.
In Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But
He's called it. He called Wisconsin.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
This speech sounds AI written. I don't think he's ever read a speech ever. I think he just kind of walks out and starts saying shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's been called.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote. was
Don't say
very
he's like you
nice,
for real,
very
Shake.
Nice, I will tell you.
I plan out all my
A
streams.
great
I write
feeling of
speeches
love.
down.
We have a great feeling of love in this very large room. With
Why are they chanting
unbelievable
USA?
people
They're Mango
standing
fans.
by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people.
On your deathbed,
President, this group of
you're
great
thinking
people.
about how you voted for J.D. Vance? That's a shit life.
America has
That's I'm sorry,
given us
man.
an
I don't care.
unprecedented
J.D. Vance?
and powerful
That's what you're thinking
mandate.
about on your deathbed?
We have taken back
Let me think back.
control of the Senate. Wow.
Had my kids, married my wife, promoted in the
The
job,
Senate
voted
races
J.D. Vance.
in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody.
I wonder what he's going to say about
Nobody.
Kamala.
So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have
The classic president thing is like they ran a good race.
And it also looks like we'll be keeping.
But I feel like
control of
knowing
the
him, he's
House
going to
of
be like, she tried her best. She stole it from Joe. She tried her best.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
He turned around like she was so far away.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
What's her book called? She got a book? Melania book.
No, she's done a great job. Works very hard.
It's called
Works
Trump.
very hard to help people.
No, it's called Melania.
So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing.
I forgot the way he
thinks their
speaks.
children
It
are
gets me.
amazing, but that's a
And
good
they
thing
are
when you
amazing
think
children.
they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
I don't know why I'm a J.D. Vance hater. He's Rizless to me.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow.
What the heck?
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Trump gave it a nod like, wasn't a comeback. I won the last one. Technically not a comeback.
Under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
That's got to be a record you can't beat. He doesn't know about the Great Depression.
Thank you very much.
That's a hard record to beat.
I took a little heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now,
What did he say? He lost special?
All of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come.
Who are they?
Susie, come.
Campaign managers?
Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris.
Is he gonna bring? He's got to bring up Kamala, no?
In the back, let me tell you, the Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden.
Did he bring up Hillary in 2016? I don't remember.
Come here, Chris.
That was too long ago.
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey.
He's got eyebrows like that dude from American Pie. You know what I'm talking about?
He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team. And, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this.
Yeah, Eugene Levy.
Be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the
Sorry.
Trump.
That was random as hell.
Who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born. Elon.
Elon is about to get so much money, dude.
Guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white.
Big rocket.
When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down and
Fuck
down,
me, he
and
keeps
saw
going.
that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had
It's
a
a
man
bad
on the
story.
phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to
This is a really bad story, man. You shouldn't be telling it at
a
parties.
very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came
Who's
down,
he?
and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen water hurricane.
This is an all-time.
Nothing.
This is an all-time ramble. The transcript's going to be unreadable.
The danger was unbelievable, and the people from North Carolina came to me and they said,
Keep
"Would
it
be
tight, baby. You
possible,
just
at all
won. Keep it
possible,
tight. Tight
for you to
5.
speak to Elon Musk. We need Starlink." I said, "What's Starlink?" It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, "Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right?" "Yes, I do." "What the hell is it?" He said, "It's a communication system that's very good." I said, "Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it?" He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
He's not there.
Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls.
Bro, what are we doing?
Oh, look at him.
Who is this guy? Is this guy good at tennis? Is he like top 5 or some shit? Is he the best American tennis player?
He had he's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have
He's a golfer.
Dana
Oh, my
White,
bad.
Who has done some job.
My bad. I heard hitting balls. I thought tennis player. He won the U.S. Open.
He's a tough guy.
Dude, those eyebrows are crazy.
Dana started UFC and came to me. Do you mind?
Dude,
if I
he's
use your-"
explained
Nobody wanted to give
Starlink
him
and
because they
UFC
said
in this
it's a
speech.
rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, "This is the roughest sport I've ever seen," but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters.
Why is Dana White there?
They really
Well,
go
you
at
see,
it.
he
It's
started this thing
become one
called
of the most
UFC, very
successful
violent, one of the most violent
enterprises
sports around.
Anywhere at any time, it's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
I don't think this is planned.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nels
Does he have
boys,
lip
Aiden
injections?
Ross,
Aiden Ross?
Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
My God.
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Aiden Ross shout out.
That is a piece of work.
Dude, we're in a different country,
He's really
bro.
an amazing guy, but
A
most of
streamer
all,
got shouted out.
millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through
That's
so much
crazy,
together,
bro.
and today you showed
That's
up in record
crazy. This is a
numbers
crazy
to deliver a
timeline.
Victory, like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that
I think he's going to turn it around,
on
guys.
behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And
Good
we
people, I
had,
heard.
a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
I feel like he's not healthy. Does have a body like a Greek Adonis, though.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby.
Is Robert F. Kennedy like anti-oil drilling?
Taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it.
Okay, to be fair, Joe Biden got more votes than any candidate, including Donald Trump, last election.
When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us.
He won.
Nobody's
He
ever
won.
seen anything like
He
that.
won. I give up. He
Came
won.
They came from all.
But it isn't the biggest coalition.
Non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful.
Why do you
It
say it
was
like that?
A historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds.
You have
around
more votes on your poll than all of Alaska.
of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military. Ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time.
He's going to say he's going to stop the war.
They said
He says he's going to stop the war right now.
I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from
That's
the
crazy. That's true. I think he fucking loves rallies. He's going to keep doing them.
901 something, a lot of rallies.
He's going to keep doing them. I think he just loves them.
Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position.
Sometimes I feel like he likes running more than he likes running. Wait.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that.
That wasn't God, man. That was Shinzo Abe, his
The
ghost.
task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce
Protected
of energy,
Donald
spirit,
J. Trump.
and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor.
What does he drink
That's what
water?
it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And It's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
Is this true? I woke up from a nap. This is not AI. Donald Trump did
In
win.
the first term, when we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America
He's in a loop.
great again for
He's in a
all
loop right now.
Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dude, they fucking love this song. God, they fucking love that song. Holy shit, man. He loves the YMCA. That's his favorite damn song in the whole world. Is he allowed to play it? I don't fucking know. I don't think he cares. That song is played 10 times at rally minimum. I think I've heard it 3 times today. Young man. Gay ass song. Fucking fire. Love that song. All right, chat. Thank you, the $10 St. Louis. Thank you, the 50. Is it Mexican dollars? What's the unit? Pesos? As a Mexican and Canadian, we don't understand how you could vote for this man, but okay, America, you do you. Yeah, you know what? I think it's important to understand why people voted for Donald Trump, because it was an overwhelming majority, right? And I think there is a ridiculous amount. Well, we won't know the final number until probably like a week from now. Probably at least, I don't know. It looks like 15 million people who didn't vote in this election, who voted in the last election. Over 8 figures who did not vote in this election, who voted in the last election. And why that is. I think an easy answer, Kamala's not a very invigorating candidate. I think not a lot of people cared for Kamala Harris, so they did not want to vote. But even Trump looks like he might, and his base actually didn't even change. He almost is about to get the same amount of votes as last time. He's about to get the same amount of votes. So his base, or his actually amount of voters is about the same. I think it really is just a problem with the Democratic Party. I think they just got fucking mid-ass candidates. They got some mid-ass candidates. You kind of need a good-ass candidate to get 80 million people off their ass to vote. Like, I don't know. Did she get less votes than Hillary Clinton? No, right? She might have. It'll be close. No, I don't think she did. I don't think she did. She definitely got a lower percentage. Yeah, that's for sure. I think she'll have more than Hillary. Hillary has more right now, but we only have counted 50% of California. So there's at least another couple million votes coming from California alone. I think she'll end up somewhere around like the 70 million mark. And he'll end up over like 72. She might be like 69 or 68 or some shit. But Joe Biden got 81 mil. So, you know, like at least 10 million people did not vote. Stop projecting, bro. You could have done your part. I voted. I got the sticker. What you want from me? They try to hire TikTok influencers. I did see the TikToker who was dancing at the DNC. I do think there was a lot of unpaid, authentic enthusiasm from influencers for Donald Trump, and there was almost none of that for Kamala. Or not as much of it, at least. Your last meal was great. Thank you. Who'd you vote for? We talked about it a bunch. But I voted for Miss President-elect Jill Stein. God bless. She did not win. All right, chat. We out. We out. I'm very hungry. But wrapping it up, Donald Trump wins. I think I have to get like McDonald's now. All right, chat. Donald Trump won. I'm sure a lot of you guys, at least according to the poll, are happy. A lot more are quite sad at the results. Balls in the Republicans' court. They have full power supermajority. So all the opportunity to make America a better place for the people living in it. And if they do, hell yeah. And unironically, you know, that's what you have to root for, right? Hopefully they fix the things that people actually care about, you know? Inflation. House affordability. And don't target like the buzzword shit like trans people, which make up such a small percent of the population. But we'll see. We'll see. Ball's in their court. Chat. I have an ad rolling. I'll wait for it. That is it, baby. I don't think America's cooked, man. Look, it might be step backwards in certain areas, similar to what happened with Donald Trump's first presidency when a lot of Republican justices were added to the Supreme Court and abortion, Roe v. Wade, was sent to the states. You know, that set us back a bit there, I think. But it's not over, you know what I mean? I think you have to believe in a better future, that things will be good. The indomitable human spirit. And that no matter who is the United States president, we are still better than Canada. That's right! They'll never take it away from us. Doesn't matter who's in the office. Be a big ass yellow man, I don't give a shit. We're still better than Canada. Hopefully.